This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by.
To me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We are called.
Can I welcome members and officers of the public here in the gallery and watching on the webcast to today's London Assembly plenary meeting. The London Assembly is the voice of London, composed of 25 members elected at the same time as the Mayor in order to hold him to account and to scrutinise his policies. This is a plenary meeting of the Assembly, which means that all members are invited to attend. Members are also reminded that any electronic devices should not be placed in front of microphones, which must be turned on to speak and turned off once finished. Can I now ask the clerk, Rebecca Arnold, to confirm any apologies for absence, please?
We have no apologies for absence today, Chair.
Before we start, can I have the consent of the Assembly, in consultation with group leaders, to write to His Majesty the King, letting him know that he is in our thoughts as he undergoes treatment for cancer? Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you for that. I will now provide an update on some recent Assembly activity. Since the last plenary meeting on the 25th of January, the Planning and Regeneration Committee examined the role of the Metropolitan Police Service in the planning and design of London's housing developments and the impact their role has in safety design. The Fire Resilience and Emergency Planning Committee discussed how effective the London Fire Brigade's Community Risk Management Plan has been, including how staff understand and engage with that plan. As a part of an investigation into harmful gambling in London, the Health Committee met with individuals who have experienced gambling harms, either directly or through a close family member. The Economy Committee looked at the causes and impacts of late payments to small businesses and the self-employed in London. The Police and Crime Committee explored policing and mental health and neurodiversity, including the responsibilities and response of the Metropolitan Police Service. The Environment Committee examined the resilience of London's food systems, how sustainable the food chain system is, and potential opportunities for growth within the sector. And the Planning and Regeneration Committee held a launch event at City Hall for its Retrofit versus Rebuild, where panellists discuss retrofitting and rebuilding homes aimed at reducing London's carbon in the built environment. Can I ask the Assembly to note the recommendations set out in item 2? And can I ask the Assembly to declare any other disclosable pecuniary interests or other relevant interests where they relate to the items on the agenda for today's meeting? All done? Good. Can I ask the Assembly to confirm the minutes of the London Assembly Mayor's Question Time meetings held on the 21st of December 2023 and the 18th of January 2024 to be signed by me as a correct record? Thank you. That's all the usual business out of the way. We now move on to today's principal business, a question and answer session on the priorities and challenges facing the London Fire Brigade. Joining us here today, we have Baroness Twycross, Deputy Mayor for Fire and Resilience, and Andy Rowe, London Fire Commissioner. Welcome to the meeting. There will be a lead-off question from me as chair to both of our guests. Assembly members then may put supplementary questions to our invited guests. Please could I ask Assembly members to specify who they would like an answer from when they ask their question. And guests would be very grateful for succinct answers, please, so that we can get through all the questions that we have. I will first... So I will first take an answer from the Deputy Mayor, and I will then come on to the Commissioner. Deputy Mayor, what are the biggest issues facing the London Fire Brigade this year?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Assembly members for inviting myself and the Commissioner along today. I think it's a welcome opportunity to reflect on the considerable progress by London Fire Brigade over the past year and to discuss the challenges ahead. I think, in my view, the biggest issue facing the London Fire Brigade is the sheer number of issues that the LFB continues to face at the same time as making sure it maintains and improves its core service to London and Londoners. LFB has now completed 28 of the 29 Grenfell Tower inquiry recommendations from phase 1 aimed directly at it, with just the rollout of the new breathing apparatus sets, which is happening currently, to go. LFB expects its final recommendation will be completed next month. Work to improve the culture at LFB continues. And in this respect, LFB needs to demonstrate progress not just to its own staff, but also to other key stakeholders, including His Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services. And HMICFRS will revisit in the next few weeks to assess the progress on LFB's culture. And they'll be looking specifically at the new organisational values and how well they're understood by staff, as well as looking at whether the structures are in place to sustain the work on cultural transformation, and this is ahead of their full inspection of the London Fire Brigade later on this year in June. The implementation of the Brigade's Community Risk Management Plan is now well underway. This sets out the direction of travel for LFB until 2029, outlining emerging risks from new technologies such as lithium-ion batteries as well as climate change. As we've seen in recent years, climate change is leading to an increased risk of wildfires and floods, which poses a challenge to LFB and a risk to Londoners. With expectations of excess heat in the summer for the next 2 to 4 years, this will present risks and challenges for the Brigade. The built environment also continues to present a challenge for LFB and remains a concern for the many residents living in blocks that still have fire safety risks. As the recent fire in Wembley demonstrates, there is still a need for urgent remediation works to make buildings safe. The Building Safety Regulator becomes fully operational from April, and this will also require significant resource from LFB. So LFB's got to grapple with all these issues while continuing to provide the frontline response Londoners deserve within the parameters of its budget. This is no small task, but I have every confidence in the Commissioner and his senior team in their determination and dedication. I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Commissioner, if you'd like to respond to.
Thank you, Chair. So the London Fire Brigade takes a quarter of all UK fire and rescue service calls on a daily, weekly, monthly, yearly basis. That accounts for about 210,000 calls a year. We have the best attendance times for a global city, actually, worldwide. So you will get a fire engine within 6 minutes when you call the London Fire Brigade on over 95% of occasions. That's something I'm very proud of. But that can't mask the fact that the scale and breadth of change needed within the London Fire Brigade to ensure it is the best possible service to kind of deal with the risk in an ever more complicated and high-risk environment is considerable. So if you were to ask me what my greatest challenge is, it is maintaining the pace and breadth of change in the way we have been for a number of years, because it is necessary, and that raises challenges both for the capacity of people to receive, so it's everything from culture to fundamentally changing the way we operate. For example, if you were to look at the fire that occurred in Wembley, that is a profound demonstration of a different service operating in a different way, but there's more to be done. So I think that's my greatest challenge, is how we maintain that motivation, that effort, we keep crews recognising that it's needed, and we're doing that in the context of what is an evolving and ever more complex operating environment. It goes without saying that if you don't have the right culture and the right culture of leadership, particularly to support that, you're not going to achieve that. So culture is a very heavy focus for us. It is a priority. And whilst we've made good progress, I never kid myself that there is not more to be done, and that in many ways this is something that can never stop in terms of seeking improvement. The Deputy Mayor is correct. I think whilst I'm really pleased that we've presented a balanced budget for 24-25, that requires effort. It requires a different approach to where we've been historically with financial planning, because that becomes more challenging every year. And there has to be a continued focus on improved financial control. I can't talk about the priorities for LFB without recognising the loss that was played back to me by the bereaved and survivors of the Grenfell Tower fire in Testimony Week. You know, I think about them on a daily basis, to be frank, and I'm preparing the organisation for the challenge that lies with the publication of the Grenfell Tower Inquiry Phase 2 report. I think we're in the right space to receive that report, because we anticipate the likely areas of challenge, and we're already making significant change in areas around training and how we work in the built environment, looking forward to that. But I know I have to do the right thing by the bereaved and survivors, and there will be a challenge in kind of the necessary changes that come as part of that. So I think if I was to summarise, those would be the priorities and issues that are at the forefront of my mind, along with, as the Deputy Mayor has said, maintaining what I think is still an excellent response service.
Thank you. We now move on to supplementary questions. Each group has a time allocated to them proportionate to their size on the Assembly. And the first question comes from Assembly Member Sakina Sheikh.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Deputy Mayor, and good morning, Commissioner. Commissioner, I believe you when you say you think about the survivors and bereaved families from Grenfell every day and those lives that were lost. I could see the way that you presented your comments in FREP last week meant that what you heard at Testimony Week had really sunk in. So in that spirit, could you please tell me from phase 1 of the Grenfell Tower inquiry, what impact has that had on the London Fire Brigade? Feel free to draw on any specific recommendations, and what are your expectations for phase 2?
I mean, it's whole-scale change. The Grenfell Tower fire, it's tragedy. The fact that as an institution we had let both firefighters and the community down meant that is the catalyst for just about all of the change, that we'll discuss today within this committee. If I was to pick out some highlights, really the one that has the greatest meaning to Londoners is how we respond to high-rise fires. We have completely changed the way we do that. We're talking about officers who are trained to recognise a building failing. We are talking about crews that are trained to react in that environment and evacuate whole blocks of flats that weren't designed for that purpose. We're talking about a completely different range of equipment and processes to support that response, played out actually in the 2 high-rise fires we have a day in London. So I would say that is the one that has the greatest meaning for Londoners, because we would be able to show this committee the evidence in terms of numbers of Londoners saved in the context of that response. 108 people, when I last looked, brought out from very challenging incidents wearing smoke hoods, who might otherwise not have been able to exit safely from that incident. So if I had to pick one change, it would be the many, many operational, procedural, training and equipment changes that allow us to approach high-rise firefighting in this, Europe's most high-rise city, in a different way.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And I think, again, we're quoting you from the FREP committee last week, 28.5 out of 29 recommendations met is something that the London Fire Brigade should be very proud of. And on that note, Deputy Mayor, I might bring you in. If you could, obviously, part of transformational change for such an important service is the context that government sets. So in that spirit, again, can you identify which recommendations from phase 1 the government has not fully accepted, and what are the implications for this?
I'm not really here to speak about the government failure, but I think that more than 6 years after the fire, the government's still not done enough to prioritise building safety. So I think in the same way that the LFB's had to look at what is beyond the recommendations, that piece around making sure that building safety is prioritised at pace really needs to sort of come forward. So 9 of the government recommendations have been completed, although it did take some time after they were declared complete for the appropriate guidance to be made available. The remaining 3 deal with the evacuation of persons from high-rise residential buildings, including those requiring personal emergency evacuation plans. It's not clear when these are completed. I'm not underestimating the challenge of introducing PEEPs, but I think it's regrettable that the government's rejected the recommendations around PEEPs, and I know that those who've been campaigning for it are quite disappointed on that. And the repeated failure to introduce PEEPs or something equivalent does actually mean that some vulnerable Londoners are still living in fear. And I think all Londoners, everybody, wherever they live, whatever type of tenure they have, whatever kind of property they live in, ought to be able to have confidence in the safety of their homes. We talk about safest houses, and actually, regrettably, that's still not the case for too many people. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And then I'll just end on this final question to yourself, Commissioner. Obviously, you've talked about the balanced budget that's been set by the LFB, but could you please identify what resources you've set aside to meet the recommendations that you anticipate from phase 2 of the inquiry?
So we've anticipated the likely areas of change required or continued change required as part of our CRMP. So the answer is the 10.8 million set aside for the CRMP delivery has the anticipated changes built into that. So, for example, that includes very significant changes to our training office. So from April, we're putting every single London firefighter back into a much more realistic real fire training environment outside of London, where it's possible to do that because of emissions rules. So they're going back down to the Fire Service College in Morton. It's built into the further changes to the way we support the new building safety regulator that is also laid out within some of the plans inside the CRMP. Obviously, we can't speak to everything within the Grenfell Phase 2 report, because that would be inappropriate and would undermine the work of the inquiry. But I think we know ourselves, because we've done so much work to identify our own areas of kind of change that is needed. So that's where we've built it into the budget, rather than explicitly stating it's for the Phase 2 recommendations, which would be inappropriate. We know that the broad areas will be around regulation, training, leadership and incident command, particularly, I would suggest, for LFB. And we have both delivered a lot of change in those spaces and have further change plan, which is budgeted in part of the 24-25 budget and beyond.
Thank you, Commissioner, and I agree with your earlier statement about Grenfell Tower and the tragedy of it being the catalyst for all the change that we'll be discussing here today. So thank you for your comments, and thank you, Deputy Mayor. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Polanski, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Deputy Mayor. Commissioner, I'd like to have a conversation with you about climate. Now, this is obviously something we've spoken about a lot, but I do wonder if we had these conversations a decade or two ago, it would seem very abstract and your answers and my questions would be very different. But just in the last few years, we've seen increasing floods. We've seen days like today where there's some heavy rainfall. We've seen wildfires. Now, I'm really aware of not scaring people, but can I ask, what are your worst fears if preparedness is not properly funded?
So I think we're resourced well as a service, and I would say that in comparison to many other services nationally who are struggling. I don't experience that in London. I'm grateful for both the support of colleagues in the Home Office who have recognised the very particular pressures in the fire safety environment, for example, in London, and our grant funding mirrors that. And obviously the Mayor has been very supportive in terms of funding change and operational change in respect to climate as well. But it will need to be reviewed continuously in successive budgets as our understanding of the risk emerges. What do I mean by that? So if you think about 2022 alone, the impacts of the extreme weather conditions experienced in London in the summer of 2022 were simply unprecedented in terms of what the UK had seen before. Continental firefighting conditions, where you had a fire leaping across a dual carriageway, taking out a row of terraced houses in minutes, where we had to fall back into a position of kind of saving life rather than property because of the extremity and speed of fire spread, simply because London didn't know what to expect with 40-degree plus temperatures. So we are constantly learning what the challenges of increasing the extreme weather events bring. And for me, it's not about the politics of climate change. It's about the data and the evidence that is manifest in our response. So I know that where I've got year-on-year incidents that speak to a greater extremity of those events, we have to evolve. What have we done? It's everything from new equipment, for example, fire break hoses, where you've got hoses basically punctured with holes that set up a giant garden sprinkler but create a fire break, very effective. The fact that in the summer we will have interim arrangements for Bowsers, so much more mobile water supplies that can go out into the rural-urban interface and give us a fighting start at the start of a fire. Simple things, everything from sun hats to hydration packs on appliances now. Sending colleagues out of London, 30 wildfire tactical advisors and 10 wildfire officers, meetings with other fire and rescue services in Europe who have more experience in tackling wildfires, and weekly strategic forecasting meetings that we hold now to highlight key organisational risks where climate change and climate-related events sit at the top of the agenda in terms of risk. So, I think we can see that from sort of 2015 onwards, you've got increasing kind of levels of extreme weather events that are telling us a story without us necessarily being able to fully understand the underpinning drivers of it in the sense of science. All I know is the impact it's having on the service, and then we have to plan looking forward, and we have to also recognise within our CRMP our role is changing. So where we talk about preparing communities, we now want to help prepare communities in the context of extreme weather. So if we look at what's happened out in the kind of eastern command of London following the wildfires, we are talking to the local authority and residents now about cutting vegetation back, ensuring you've got a boundary around your properties, leaning in before it becomes a really critical incident. So we're definitely thinking about it. There's the data there that shows it's an increasing issue, I think, for London and Londoners as a whole. My assurance to this committee is that we're thinking about what is needed in terms of practical change and our response, and we will continue to bring kind of requests for appropriate finance backed by a business case or kit to the Deputy Mayor and Mayor as needed. But at the moment, I'm satisfied that we're in a position where we can respond appropriately to what is, a different and emerging risk. But that will be under constant review within our annual assessment of risk that underpins our statutory planning.
Thank you. I think the science is pretty clear what's driving it, and I do absolutely accept at the same time that your role is primarily about impact. We've heard today that the world has warmed 1.5 degrees. We're in the middle of a yellow rain storm. Does that mean if there was a surge in demand this summer, you're confident that the allocation of resources is there?
Yeah, I am. I mean, again, if we go back to our attendance times, we'll put a fire engine into an incident for the same speed, at the same speed, whether it's a fire or a flooding. That is the reason for having that level of operational cover in a city as densely populated as this. It's why I'm always very clear that we're at a point where our resources in terms of operational cover have to be maintained. It's how you use that operational cover, the training you give firefighters and the skills they bring to bear where we need to evolve. So resourcing wise, I think we're in a good place. For example, we've got 10 specialist water rescue teams across London on FRUs where we can bring them into the most critical fast water environments, but every single firefighter is flood rescue trained to a basic level, and we've seen them work effectively again and again on mass flooding incidents. We've got additional surge support in our operational support centre with 12 rigid hull boats, so we're well equipped, I think well trained. We're not complacent in that. We're always seeking to think how we might evolve and develop those skills further. That's under constant review, but I would genuinely say in the context of our cover, the training firefighters have, our history in responding to those incidents, we're in the right place. But I don't underestimate the challenge, and I don't underestimate the challenge for London residents as we see more of these incidents.
Thank you. Of course, the other way that investment can be used is essentially in prevention, and we've had conversations before. You've just mentioned flooding, about sustainable urban drainage. The Mayor has his climate resilience review. Can I just ask if and how the Brigade have been feeding into that? So
we feed into all the GLA working groups and committees where there's a resilience role, either through the resilience function that obviously is manifesting the Deputy Mayor. Clearly, we hosted the London Resilient Group for a long time, and whilst it's moving into, and I think this is the right thing, into a centralised GLA function that's looking at resilience, we have a direct link in there. We've obviously got Pat Goldborn, who is the Deputy Chair of the London Resilience Forum, which gives us that direct sight into where the planning is. We've been involved in everything from the kind of surface water flooding analysis that's going on to how London responds to major emergencies. So I think we're well embedded in that, and I feel well represented and that our views are taken into account. I've got no complaints there.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, so the LFB was part of the conversations between the independent chair of the independent review and the views of the LFB were fed in. I just wanted to add, because it hadn't come up in Andy's response, that quite clearly, as I said in my opening remarks, we're anticipating particularly hot summers for the next 2 to 4 years. Hot summers can involve sort of greater mortality simply because of the heat, but obviously we've also concerned about wildfires and then sort of subsequent rainfall and flooding. So the London Resilience Partnership agreed in the autumn to have a multi-agency exercise to test London's readiness for an extreme heat scenario, and we're expecting that to take place in June. So that it's ahead of the season to sort of build on and make sure that all those things that have been put in place right, and just to test the partnership's readiness. So I'd hope that there'd be opportunity for Assembly members who are interested to observe part of that, or to sort of be sort of briefed on it near the time.
We'll definitely take you up on that. Commissioner, I spoke to you last week at FREP about a report that I'd written or co-written with UCL on the Gender and Intersectional Responsive Climate Adaptation Plan for London. Now, one of the recommendations in that is around participatory engagement and paying people for their time and effort. Your response to me was the short answer is yes. And then you said, in your opinion, especially when people have been through trauma or had first-hand experience of fire or risk, then they should be paid for their time and effort. If I send you a copy of the report, would it be okay to write back to me with what you intend to do around that piece of participatory engagement?
Absolutely, because that's a live issue, and it's something we're considering, because we do think it's appropriate to pay people for their time where they're offering their expertise, particularly in the context of lived experience. But obviously, I then have to strike a balance about ensuring they don't feel compromised and they can offer their views openly and independently. So that's what we're working with at the moment. We'll give you a full answer on that, Assemblyman.
Thank you. And finally, on this point on intersectionality, I want to move to mental health and people who might face additional challenges compared to their peers. And support available might not be attendant to the lived experiences of people underrepresented in the brigade. So particularly given the recent death of Wayne Brown, who I know we paid respects to and continue to at the last committee, is the brigade confident that the level of mental health support currently available meets the needs of black members of staff?
I think that as an organisation, if you look at support to colleagues around mental health in the broadest sense, we always need to do better. You know, I can't sit here and not recognise the fact that the mental health system outside the boundaries of the London Fire Brigade is under very considerable pressure. So we will always do as much as we can inside the London Fire Brigade, but there is a point at which organisationally we need to be able to seek support externally as well. There are challenges in that space that are undoubtedly having an impact inside the London Fire Brigade. We constantly challenge ourselves on this. Part of the Phase 2 delivery plan to restructure and reform our wellbeing function looks specifically at that issue, and we have we have detailed plans in terms of improving the offer, strengthening what is already a strong offer. So, I mean, for example, we've gone from 100 mental health first aiders to well over 200, with an aim to complete our plan to have a mental health first aider on every single watch, so that's available to everyone across the piece. We engage across our staff networks with colleagues from every single different background. If we think about the representation within those groups, they're all clear that each of the kind of demographic they represent have different needs, different risks, different vulnerability, and we're seeking increasingly to tailor our support in that context. So if we think about what we call the Positive Improvement Team, which is a group of seconded officers and staff from the staff networks working full-time, give an agency to both suggest and then deliver change, for example, in support to black colleagues, whether that's around proportionality and fairness in respect to promotion or specific support around mental health. We're engaging in that space all the time and challenging ourselves, recognising that your lived experience and your experience in the London Fire Brigade means you have different vulnerabilities, different needs. It would be wrong to sit here and say that there isn't always more to be done. That includes everything from looking currently, I mean, there was a meeting yesterday actually about how we might expand our core mental health support offer from our central counselling and trauma team, because actually in respect to that provision outside of LFB, we're seeing massive pressure on them. You know, and proportionally, we've got one of the best psychological health teams in terms of numbers and ratio to our own employees across all of the emergency services in the UK. But we're seeing that they are under massive caseload pressure. So we're going to have to expand them. And we intend, within the next financial year, to bring in a different model around peer support, which will allow kind of a focus where necessary on that intersectionality, because we will seek to empower people within peer networks to provide that. So we're thinking in a really detailed way about the specific needs of different kind of parts of LFB's population, because there's different pressures in different spaces. Culture Review shows us that. There is definitely a need to recognise that black colleagues or women, or those that Culture Review clearly show have not experienced the London Fire Brigade as I want them, may well need more support, and that is built into our plans.
Thank you. I've only got a minute left, but I just want to build on that. So a particular part of intersectionality that we talked about before is within the complaints process and data that's collected, particularly where there's a failed resolution. When I've asked you about this previously, you said we do some of that, but we could do more. Would you be able to outline any steps you've taken since then to improve the quality of data from an intersectional point of view?
Yep, so we gather that data now in detail. Obviously, the setting up of a professional standards unit, and we'll be the first fire service in the country to have a PSU. Well, we've got a PSU, actually. I was down there meeting with them yesterday, is really important. That's their job, is to collect that data, understand where the impact of disproportionality falls, and I can already see we're making a change. If I'd looked a year and a half ago at our data, and obviously I can't give you individual data, that is not appropriate into a public committee, but I can tell you now there was a very obvious data evidence disproportionality a year and a half ago to how we discipline staff and the outcomes for discipline for staff across a number of different intersections.
I've only got 10 seconds left, so excuse the interruption.
That data is
it possible to share that data with anonymity? So obviously not the...
yes, to a level, but we would have to be careful because of the numbers. But yes, we can, and we will write to you to provide that to evidence that there has been a change.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
The Green Group is now out of time. Assembly Member Bakari, please.
Thank you. Both of you have referred to the independent culture review, but I'm going to just focus my questions on Commissioner, if I may. And the LFB was found to be institutionally racist, sexist and misogynistic. My written question in January revealed that only a third, just 27 out of 84 investigations into the staff of the LFB since the report has related to racism, misogyny and homophobia. So do you think that this number of investigations actually reflect the scale of the problems related to racism, misogyny and homophobia that's been outlined in Nazir Afzal's report?
So if we think about the LFB as an organisation of about 6,000 people, in the year preceding Culture Review, where we'd brought in an internal reporting scheme following the tragic death of Jaden Francois Esprit, we had 22 people call in. Since December the 1st, 2022, when we set the external reporting line live, we've had over 350 contacts in, and that number continues. So the number and breakdown of complaints you received when you made your written request is changing all the time. So I was down with the PSU yesterday. They've already had 17 serious level complaints in since they were instituted in January. So I think that number's moving all the time. I think it does reflect the scale of the issues and our desire to get a grip of it. And from what I know of the complaints, although the answer we've provided you points to where there's over evidence of the underpinning nature of a complaint, I would say that I do think the complaints reflect the kind of scale, nature and complexity of the challenges inside LFB. But again, we can always do more to encourage people to feel safe to highlight those issues. I would never be complacent in that, and actually setting up a professional standards unit, maintaining an external anonymised complaint line, still having a separate whistleblowing procedure are all important, and constantly communicating that. We're thinking constantly about a strategy to encourage people to come forward. I was discussing that with the PSU yesterday. So thematic kind of issues raised through communication, whether that would be about sexual misconduct or whether it would be about bullying in the workplace, taking lessons from elsewhere where they've successfully applied this model is how we think we'll continue to encourage people to come forward.
So out of those 27 investigations related to racism, misogyny and homophobia, not a single one resulted in a dismissal. And if we were looking at bullying, the same thing, 40 investigations and not a single dismissal. And in the Budget Committee in December, you did say that you were prepared to suspend whole teams. Yep. And in doing that, you'll be worth it because you would eradicate the significant minority who absolutely undermine the general majority. That was your words. So no dismissals for racism, misogyny, homophobia or bullying since the review. I'd like to know why. Were these because of false allegations, or is there a problem with the disciplinary progress? How will you remove the rogue firefighters?
So I'm going to go back to the written answer we provided you, because I'm not comfortable that characterises the reality of the situation, because in December alone we exited in one way or another 13 individuals. I know some of those cases related directly to bullying and harassment. I'm very clear about that. And I know that I've got a series of gross misconduct hearings diarised that relate directly to bullying and harassment. I can think of at least 2 cases in January where we've dismissed people on the basis of bullying and harassment. So I don't know whether it's because someone has answered it in the context of specific data.
There has been an FOI done, and in the last meeting in December, you said to me that there were 13 dismissals since in relation to the culture review, and since that, the FOI has had access to data and seemingly shows that this is not actually correct. So out of the 13 people, many were standard dismissals for unauthorised absences, taking employment without permission. So can you explain to me why in your answers that you stated that these dismissals were a result of a culture review? I think actually from the FOI that I've seen that wasn't the case. Are you willing to correct on record that this isn't
I would
the case?
respectfully disagree, actually, Assembly Member, because with the greatest respect, because of GPDR, we are not going to unpick all of the individual circumstances of those dismissals, because you might be able to identify the individual.
It's not the data that I've been given, and it's not the data from the FOI. So I think, we need to have a deeper discussion and investigation into this, because from the FOI, it's very clear to me that actually the dismissals were not all related to misogyny, racism and homophobia.
I would suggest that the dismissals that have occurred, certainly a number of them do, and whilst I can't talk about the detail of individual cases, I would suggest that if you're off sick and you're working and you might have a history of poor behaviour in the workplace, which I certainly know some of those cases relate to, that does speak to our culture. It does speak to the culture of leadership inside fire stations. And I would argue that there was not one of those dismissals that didn't speak to a culture of either proper service or behaviour within my establishment. So I'm clear that we are exiting people on the context of bullying and harassment, because I do see the detail of the cases. I am afraid, with the greatest of respect, that you will not get all of that detail, because the numbers, despite growing by the day, do not enable me to talk about the detail of the cases down to the absolute finite amount, because you would be able to identify the individuals. I stand by what I say. I am clear that we are gripping this, and I know from the level of the investigations, 84 live investigations, well over 30 people suspended, the fact that we're coming back sometimes a second or third time, and I do respect Assembly Member Hall for challenging us on that fact, and the fact that there's something about natural justice for the people we're coming back to for the third time in the context of those allegations.
We need to see some real clear action, and I think I'm getting phone calls from firefighters who are black, who are saying that they're dealing with a lot of racism within their work. They are very proud of their job. They love working for the LFB, and I'm speaking for them. I need to make sure that I do the job for them too, and I know that you are too. So we're doing this together to make sure that we highlight this issue, and if we can work together to make sure that accurate information is out there, then let's do that. From the data that I've seen, it's not showing that evidence. And I do want to also talk to you about recruitment as well.
Please.
There's also been data that's provided to me from a written question that the LFB, actually the work towards having a diverse workforce has stalled. In 2023, recruitment of women was down by 45% compared to the year before, and recruitment from people from ethnic minorities has also fallen by 30%. So what are you doing to ensure that this trend is reversed?
So I don't think that trend reflects current recruitment. So if you look at the recruitment figures that I've got and I've just presented in Q3, you can see that we are very close to meeting our targets on that. Again, I wouldn't be complacent, though, Assembly Member. I think we always need to do better on that. We only have a focused approach to recruitment now. We don't do broad advertising. We only work through an outreach approach. And I can see it from the cohorts I'm visiting of trainees that we are shifting that again. So I accept what you're saying about 2022, but this is something we come back to both in regular monitoring through the Deputy Mayor. I'm clear that I've got personal focus on this. I can see that the way we approach recruitment is changing the cohorts of staff coming in. So if I look at the most recent numbers, up towards the 20%, and actually on individual cohorts, well in excess of that. That doesn't mean that I've fixed it, that I'm ever going to be comfortable with it, but there is very, very heavy focus on that. If I could go back to your previous question, it is important for me, because firefighters are listening to this, for them to understand that I will not tolerate bullying, harassment, misogyny, racism, any form of inappropriate behaviour in the workplace. In fact, I'm about to put out a statement of intent on that with very clear red lines in respect to the PSU about where our boundaries fall. I would encourage any black colleagues who are calling yourself Assembly member, call the PSU.
I will.
And I really do mean that, because the only way I'm going to deal with this as Commissioner is if we have it out in the open. I would stand by my answer, which is I'm afraid the data we give you cannot express the complexity of those cases, nor how it is being experienced inside the London Fire Brigade, because this is a different era in that context. I fully respect the challenge. I think you should do that, and I think I should hear it, and we'll try and provide you with better data. But I stand by what I said, because I'm involved directly in overseeing that, and I can see both the nature of the cases, the volume of conclusions, and we are definitely bringing people to a point where we exit them. They're choosing to leave before they get to a stage 3, because they know these days we're not going to tolerate the behaviour. And I'm seeing demotions and sanctions at another level for where maybe they haven't reached that final threshold, but it's important to me.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm sorry, but the Liberal Democrat group is now out of time. I'm now calling on Assembly Member Hall, please.
Thank you, and apologies, Chairman and everybody, for being late. The Metropolitan line, and of course I always blame the Mayor for everything, so it's definitely the Mayor's fault that I'm late today. And if I can start, how many firefighters are currently not working or pending investigation?
Apologies, you're talking
not
in
working,
terms of
pending investigation.
So suspension.
Yeah.
The last figure I had was 33, but that does change by the day.
Okay, I heard some of what you said to the Assembly Member Bahari, but are you actually happy with the progress that's being made on these investigations?
I'm never comfortable with where we are in this space, speaking frankly, Assembly Member Hall, because I think what it showed us was that in the volume of complaints, we had to change our approach to HR. That's why we set up a professional standards unit. So that went live in January. They're in the process now as a priority of dealing with the backlog of cases, because I recognise that has an adverse impact on both the complainant and the respondent. I've been clear in previous committees that I don't think that is acceptable. I think the volume of investigation and the need to do it properly has meant people have waited too long for a conclusion. I have to say, antiquated procedures that I inherited didn't help, because people were able to grieve within a process repeatedly as the respondent. As of today, that has stopped, because we've just set today 2 new procedures in respect to discipline and grievance live with, I have to say, the support of the Fire Brigades Union, which I credit them for. That massively streamlines and simplifies the process in the context of best practice and alignment with ACAS. But this is part of the challenge of sorting the London Fire Brigade out. So you start with what you've got. We've certainly increased confidence in reporting. The flip side of that was that we got so many cases that to ensure we did it properly, investigated properly, it has taken too much time. And that's certainly brought pressure to bear on some colleagues. And I can only apologise again for that. But we need to do it properly and bring it to a conclusion.
Andy, for over the last year, every time I talk to you and you refer to it, I have asked you what's happening about certain issues, especially around Jaden Francois' Esprit. That has not been sorted out yet. Every time we have a discussion, it's going to be sorted out, and it still has not been. Those families are still waiting for these investigations to finish. Now, it wasn't acceptable the last time I spoke to you. It wasn't acceptable the time before that I spoke to you, by your own admission. We are still there. We're still there.
Assembly Member Hall, I think, full respect to your question, I'm not seeking to excuse that, but that investigation particularly has to be done properly. I'm aware that we are coming to a conclusion on that, and we are talking in the next weeks, but I have to make sure that is right. Because
Andy,
on the one
you said
side,
that last time.
Absolutely.
I've accepted what you've said for so long now. This is now beyond everything. It is not fair to anybody, including the mother of Jaden. This is not fair. It's got to be sorted out. You keep saying we're nearly there. It's a couple of weeks. You said that last time. I'm pretty sure you said it the time before. And the months go on and on. The mental health of those people waiting for the investigations to finish must be under severe threat.
I agree with you, Assembly Member Hall. The challenge for me is that that report runs into the hundreds of pages. We're talking witnesses well beyond 30. It's about making sure that, having come back to this again, we do it in a way that is absolutely to the highest quality. I can only apologise to the families, I can only apologise to you, but we will not bring that report to conclusion until I'm satisfied as Commissioner that it's been done in a way that actually maintains the integrity of LFB, however difficult the outcomes of it. And I have to accept responsibility. I think you're fair in your challenge. I have to accept responsibility.
You do, actually, Andy. And I've given you so much slack on this, and it's gone on and on and on. You and I are not suffering as those families are.
They're not Deputy Mayor, but I also have... Sorry, apologies.
No, it'll be Mayor soon, but it's fine. But it is not acceptable. It is totally not acceptable. I mean, will you, and hopefully our Deputy Mayor, commit to meeting me with the firefighters and the families that continue to be impacted on this? They're not being told what's going on either. They're in the dark. They don't know what's happening. It's just going on forever, and I don't want to be speaking about this to you again and every time we do.
I'll certainly commit to a meeting where colleagues from the London Fire Brigade sit with yourself and those people who are most affected. What I would say is, as Commissioner, there is a place for me to ensure I step back from that, because I'm going to have to take a series of decisions at some point, potentially. So,
yeah, it's
100%.
At some point. Andy, it's at some point, and that's got to be brought forward. This is getting ridiculous, and we all admire the fact that you say, I'll take responsibility, because not enough people in charge take any responsibility, and you say you do. You've got to take responsibility now for sorting this out sooner rather than later.
Can I just say as well, Assembly Member Hall, I'm aware of the communication back to those that are involved in the investigation. I would suggest respectfully there is a great deal of communication back and forth, but I accept that regardless of the volume of communication and support that is brought to bear, because of the delay in reporting, inevitably people are suffering in that context. I just also add, though, that I do have a significantly traumatised mother and family on the other side of this, that I also must take into account in the context of timing and quality of reporting, and I'm afraid there is a tension in that process.
Yeah, we said this last time, and you're right. There isn't anybody around this table that doesn't agree with you, but I suspect everybody around here thinks enough is enough, and for that poor mother as well. Completely understand what you're saying, but for everybody's sake, this has got to be sorted out.
Assembly Member, what I can confirm to you is I'm getting briefed on the report next week, as I understand it, and then from that we'll think about how we appropriately communicate and move it forwards.
Next week, I shall hold you to that.
You can indeed hold me to that.
I'll be up at Union Street outside your office. Thank you, because it is so important.
No, full respect to your question, Assembly Member.
Okay, so changing tack. Within the most recent draft budget, the Mayor has cited low staffing in LFB as a cost saving. So what are your thoughts on that mentality?
I'm not sure I would characterise it that way. So if we're talking about the vacancy margin that enables us to plan forwards in terms of budget, what we've said repeatedly in the public space is that we, because of the contractual nature of the firefighter contract, which enables them to give a week's notice, we reasonably plan always to have a vacancy margin of about 100 colleagues, because it's not correct in a financial context to over-establish the fire service. That wouldn't meet the financial kind of responsibilities I hold. So I think that is possibly what the Mayor is referring to in terms of how we reasonably plan moving forwards around the vacancy margin, and then we use the money as part of our budget planning process. That's with the full intent to recruit to the full number. It's just we never quite get to it, because with a week's notice to go, that there's a pipeline of people catching up to be in post in terms of recruitment.
I know, but we also, I mean, I've been looking at overtime costs for years. So has the overtime costs come down?
Yeah, very significantly.
Good.
So we're running just under half of the overtime we were last year. At one point this year, we were doing significantly better than that. We've seen a slight uplift recently, but that's because we're using overtime really to support a massively increased training offer. We've had discussions with the Mayoralty about how we factor that in and accurately capture it in future budget planning, because I think that's a cost that's going to persist, because where we're changing the training offer to hold firefighters back for more of their time to train, we have to compensate by maintaining operational cover through overtime. There's not really a way for me to do that in any other manner.
No, I accept there should be some, but I accept it's gone completely off the scale at times. I'm pleased to hear that that's coming down. I have other questions, but I've got colleagues that also want to ask, so I may come back again. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Assembly Member Clark, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. Andy, how is the LFB adapting to deal with the rise in fires caused by faulty batteries in e-bikes and e-scooters?
So this is definitely an emerging issue for the London Fire Brigade. So we're getting numerous examples of this on a weekly basis. There is an issue with technology outstripping regulation. So what we're doing is adapting to that at every level. So it's working with the Office of Product Safety and Standards to try and move regulation forward. I've got to say we've had very good support from both the Minister and the Mayor in seeking to influence that space. We've been responsible for initiating both open events in Parliament to discuss it, round tables to try and work together across the political spectrum to push the regulation forward. So on a regulatory level, we're trying to do something there. We're discussing this as a live issue with the building safety regulator that's about to come into force, about the storage of both vehicles and micro-mobility in buildings and what that might do to safety in buildings. We are in regular conversation with colleagues in TfL about how that risk is managed in transport. We have put out guidance notes and training material for our firefighters in terms of being able to respond to it. But we will still need to do more, because as the technology moves, the risk changes. And that will probably end up in us changing the way we approach these incidents because of the risk to firefighters and the public, because the risk of those fires is exponentially different. And we'll probably need new equipment and training to underpin that. What we need to do with that, though, is do it on an evidence basis.
Thank you for that. And Fiona, coming to you, I think Andy's point is really good about technology outpacing regulation. I mean, we see that in all sorts of things, but particularly here with lithium-ion batteries. Last week, the government published guidance on how to safely buy, store and charge e-cycles and e-bikes. Does this guidance satisfy the Mayor's and the LFB's request for better regulation?
So I think the guidance is important, but we do need regulation. And actually, I think for me, it's something that should be outside. It's one of those things that it's really important we don't politicise this. And I think it'd be wrong of me not to acknowledge the work that the Fire Minister's been doing, trying to sort of draw colleagues together from across the across government. But I think we do need to have regulation and new regulation at pace, although I think that's something that the Home Office recognises. So I think that we do need a stronger regulatory framework, because we've got a situation in which it's currently perfectly legal for people to buy and sell kits that we know could cause an issue. So at the moment, the onus is being put on the consumer, and actually we need to have clearer regulation about it. That's not a political point, because I think that the government recognises that as well.
Thanks for that. And Andy, the LFB has been running the Charge Safe campaign for some time now. Is there anything more you think we can be doing, I mean, as Assembly members, as people in politics, as sort of community leaders, to get the message across, but is there anything further we can be doing to be sure? Because as Fiona points out, the onus is now, it's on the consumer. We do need regulation. We're waiting regulation. And until that happens, is there anything more we can be doing to ensure that Londoners are getting the message?
I think it's about raising the subject wherever you can appropriately within the forums you sit on, whether it's within the local space, whether it's a community safety forum, whether it's in public meetings where it's appropriate to do so, whether it's in the political decision-making environment. So I think we would just ask for you to maintain the very good support we've had from across the political spectrum in this space, because I think all parties recognise it's an emerging risk, and whilst there's no desire to stop the move towards more sustainable transport that's better for both the environment and communities in the long run, it's got to be done safely, and it's got to be done on the basis of good regulation, because the risks of these fires are fairly extraordinary.
So, Fiona, did you want to come in first?
Just to say that point about making sure that there's stronger guidance wherever possible, but also maybe it's something that the Assembly could sort of raise on a cross-party basis as well in terms of that national regulation piece. Because to be honest, I think it probably helps government ministers if they've got sort of things to hang questions on as well. But the Mayor consulted on the draft fire safety planning guidance in 2022, and I understand that officers are currently reviewing this guidance with a view to adding a section on cycle and EV parking. This will help in some circumstances, but it, as I said, it doesn't go the full way in terms of requiring that stronger regulation to protect consumers, to protect the public, and actually protect people from things like their neighbours storing bikes or scooters in hallways and sort of exits. We have to have something that prevents what we know is a live risk and an emerging risk and a growing risk. We have to stop this affecting more individuals and more families in terms of losing loved ones or having life-changing injuries. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Hirani, please.
Thank you, Chair. Adam Gabsy, a disabled constituent of mine, was involved in an ongoing battle to get working lifts in his building, in his block of flats, with the lifts constantly breaking down, meaning at times he was unable to leave his property. Now, I'm pleased to say that after a tough battle, his building does now have 2 working lifts. But this is a concern for disabled people in London, especially following the recent fire in Wembley, which is also in my constituency, on a cladded block of flats. What are you doing to lobby the government, Deputy Mayor, to ensure that PEEPs or personal emergency evacuation plans are in place to all Londoners who need them?
So I've without wanting to duck the question about what I've done personally, this does come under the remit of Tom Copley, who has raised this on a number of occasions. So I think that the Mayor and Tom Copley have been raising this repeatedly, but I think that it would be wrong of me to give an answer on my colleague Tom Copley's behalf. What I would say is that the Mayor's adamant that PEEP should be required by law for all buildings covered by the fire safety order, and basically to make sure all residents have a plan of what they need to do in an emergency. And I think it's something that, in the light of the previous discussion on implementation of the Grenfell recommendations, I think we do need to see greater progress on this point in particular.
Okay, so I'll take that with the with Deputy Mayor Tom Copley. I'd like to also thank the London Fire Brigade and Brent Council for the response to the fire on Elm Road in Wembley, but also St John the Evangelist Church, who provided shelter in the aftermath, and also Barry Gardner MP, who has been relentlessly taking this issue forward to Octavia Housing and to government. Unfortunately, residents are still living in hotels, and there is uncertainty on when they can return home. But Deputy Mayor, following the incident in Wembley, clearly it shows the risk is still there. And can you therefore get together across agencies, including government, housing associations and local government partners, to finally address the issue of dangerous cladding?
So dangerous cladding is something that the Mayor and my colleague Tom Copley and myself have raised repeatedly. I honestly think that Tom Copley might be a bit annoyed if I start convening meetings that come under his auspice, but I can raise that with him, and I'm sure he'd be happy to take that forward. Apologies for not saying I'd do it, but I think it's something that correctly comes under Tom's building safety remit.
Okay, and so I'll turn to the Commissioner next, because the Harrow Association for Disabled People have been engaging with LFB Harrow to organise local meetings to discuss the issues impacting disabled people, and the local fire service have thankfully come forward to engage with the local charity. Will the Commissioner reach out to the service to see how they have been engaging with the community and see how their great work can be extended to other areas in London?
So the answer is yes, but I think we're doing it because, you know, for example, our community forum, which is the strategic community forum that sits at a brigade level, was meeting last night. That's chaired by a member of the community who is himself a bereaved member of the community, having lost his mother in a fire. We have representatives of London-wide disabled campaign groups on that forum, and I'm very clear that we have to take the sort of good work you've seen in Harrow and ensure it's delivered in every borough where that's appropriate. That is actually driven from the centre. So the model you're seeing in Harrow is what is conceived and is driven from the centre by our lead for community engagement. I'm clear that we can always do better. I think, you know, we need to be relentless in searching out where actually we're not speaking to people that we should have, you know, people who are seldom heard. But I'm increasingly confident that we are doing that, and we're taking that approach out there, and we are listening carefully, particularly to disabled residents, because of, you know, their particular needs in a housing and built environment that is still not remediated to my levels of kind of comfort as London Fire Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you. Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bailey, please. Assembly Member Moema, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Commissioner, and good morning, Baroness Twycross. I want to turn my question on its head a little, because I appreciate that there is this fuzzy line between you and the Deputy Mayor for housing when it comes to building and fire safety, as in there are things which are clearly within your remit and things to do with remediation and the actual works which fall within his remit. So I just wondered, though, for the Deputy Mayor, just, you know, the changes under the Building Safety Act, how you feel that they have impacted leaseholders living in buildings with dangerous cladding, and what more needs to be done to protect leaseholders. And initially my question was going to be around the cost of remediation to the individuals, but I think for the fire service, if buildings need remediation and it doesn't happen, what does that mean for the fire service?
Okay, so I personally think it's not that fuzzy a line, but apologies that it's not clear currently, but we can go back and we can talk to researchers in relevant teams to make sure it is. I think that without wanting to duck the question, if you talk to Tom Copley, he'll be able to explain in greater detail the various schemes that come under housing and land at the GLA, which are available for remediation works to correct the fire safety defects in buildings. I think that as with my sort of Deputy Mayor for Fire and Resilience hat on, I think, yes, my focus is on making sure that all buildings are safe for all residents, but particularly that LFB is able and has the resources, skills and procedures in place to protect Londoners. So I feel that my part of the picture is very much about what happens when something goes wrong. It's not to say that I'm not sort of arguing for things not to go wrong in the first place, but the discussions I had with the Commissioner and his team is very much around that, and also sort of mediating the sort of landscape around where does the fire brigade tell me that they need to have greater sort of protection within the built environment. From my perspective, I think that it's around the resourcing of the LFB and how they carry out both prevention and protection activity to make sure that they're identifying issues in the built environment where they can and should, as well as respond to incidents when they occur. And if you look at the Community Risk Management Plan, the LFB's got a strategic plan to ensure that risks both in the built environment and elsewhere are identified and prioritised. And there are measures in place to monitor activity at the LFB to ensure that it's meeting the targets set and identifying areas where the resource or attention is required. The bit that I would say is definitely required and it needs national attention, and it's something that the sector's been raising for some time and I've raised directly with ministers, is we don't have enough fire engineers or fire safety engineers. So I think that we're coming into a new period of regulation in which there simply aren't enough skilled personnel around to deliver the changes that are coming down the line. And that's a risk because people are being told that there's going to be new regulation and the building safety regulator is going to do all this work, but they're literally trying to get their fire engineers from the same pool as all the fire services who they're then going to ask to do things. So I think there's a real problem coming down the road in that extent, and that's particularly one of the issues that I've been raising, because I think that without that, everybody who should be protected by that will not be getting that. I think in terms of what more needs to be done to protect leaseholders from the costs associated with remediation works, I mean, it's shocking the amount that leaseholders are being asked to pay. Again, that's not something that we can resolve single-handedly from here, but it is something that I know the Mayor and that Tom Copley have raised repeatedly with DLUC over many, many years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you have any comments, Commissioner?
So I think what I would say is that we're very well engaged across the political spectrum. My experience of this is that both the GLA and DLUC are very focused on trying to improve what is still an unsatisfactory situation, but it's challenging in the context of ownership in London, cost, the number of buildings. All I can say is that it's my job to hold all parties to account as London Fire Commissioner, because I'm clear that it is not satisfactory that we are still in a position many years on with nearly 1,000 buildings that require remediation of some kind and improvement in London. And obviously the fire in Wembley last Monday is a clear example of where that risk is present still for residents in a way I find unacceptable. What I can say, I hope to assure you, is that I don't think there's anyone I meet in that space, regardless of politics or role, that isn't committed to trying to solve it. I think it's my job to keep on applying that pressure, though, because obviously it's my firefighters who are on the front line of that.
Okay. So, I mean, that's probably a helpful way to end that response, because I think that was the point that I was trying to get at, is whether or not X pays or Y pays. It is firefighters that will have to deal with the consequences of whether it's buildings are now 11 metres and now need to be remediated and something happens, or it doesn't, you know, all of those sorts of issues which both firefighters and Londoners struggle with. So you also said when you made your opening remarks that London was a high-rise city. All of these lower-rise buildings were going to be coming into scope, and Deputy Mayor, you said that the regulations come into effect in April. But what you have also said in your response is a little bit concerning, that basically that it doesn't feel like there are the people to do the jobs that need to happen.
Yeah, it's not just that it feels like that. There simply aren't enough to go round.
Okay.
And I think that the LFB has done whatever it can to make sure that the skilled professionals within the organisation will get further skilled up and have a market rate supplement to their wages.
Yeah.
But actually the LFB is never going to be able to compete with the private sector, and we've also got to make sure that different parts of a system that's meant to protect residents don't start poaching people from each other, which is what you get where you don't have enough planning through sort of workforce planning. Mm-hmm. This has been an issue that was raised in the immediate aftermath of the Grenfell Tower in 2017, but we've still not got a solution to it, and we're still having people having to scrape around to get the skills and sort of try desperately to keep people in post. I can't tell people that could be paid more in the private sector that they shouldn't go there. They don't owe us anything in that sense. So we need to have a public sector solution that goes across across all parts of the environment that should be protecting people, but also means that private sector organisations that also need these skills have them available to them as well. So it's across the whole system. This is an issue, and I think it'd be really helpful for the Assembly to go back over that again, and that probably is something that both Tom and I would probably agree on. Okay. So thanks.
Wonderful. My final very brief question is just around for you, Commissioner, the financial and resource implications on the LFB of the legislative changes that have happened, and as Baroness Twycross has said, that particular example of having to compete with the private sector for fire inspectors.
I think it does speak to the cross-party political party consensus around the risk in the built environment that I actually think we're well resourced in this space, both by the Mayor, if we're talking about money, both by the Mayor and by the Home Office in the context of direct grant funding. So it would be wrong to characterise that as a financial issue. My issue is that the London Fire Brigade trains more fire safety staff, more fire safety professionals than any other institution, including universities in the country, in terms of sheer numbers combined. And yet, despite doing that, we are struggling to retain people because of the competitive nature of the market. And actually, it wouldn't be appropriate for a public sector body to offer the sort of wages that, you know, a private sector organisation will offer for the one member of staff they need. So although we've done a lot around market rate supplement, abatement to ensure we try and retain staff who might otherwise retire, we can probably never really compete with that. You know, people talk about golden handcuffs. Well, actually, if you're a private sector organisation, you may well just pay that. So we're unlikely to be able to compete in that space. So for me, it is, I'm afraid, about, and we've raised this directly with DLUC, they are supportive, but they know they're starting on the back foot. We have got to build a national framework of education that in the longer term brings a generation of these professionals through, because you can earn good money. You know, it's a skill that's needed in society, so we should be able to fix it. But it's a longer term solution to it, because it's about the people, actually, not the finance into LFB, I would suggest.
Before we move on to the next question, I am a little concerned that there has been, this is off the clock, I'm a little concerned that in the response to previous questioners, there seems to be a lot of reference to another deputy mayor. And I just would, just as a piece of advice, and for perhaps for the future to take into consideration, much as you're here to represent the mayor's policy with regard to the fire service, you're also part of the administration. So I would hope that in future your briefings could be a little more extensive, so that you may be able to answer some of those questions. I'm just a little concerned that we've had a couple of knockbacks here on some very significant questions.
I feel that, sorry, with respect, through you, Chair, I do feel that it's not my role to answer on behalf of other deputy mayors who aren't here to give answers in their areas. It would seem slightly odd if I were asked about other areas. I feel that the divide between housing and land and my part is clear, and I do feel that despite me saying that I wasn't going to reply on part of Tom, that I did then give a little bit more information than I might have felt comfortable with.
I do understand that,
yeah.
but you've also got to understand it's a little frustrating for Assembly members to come here with a question that is related to fire. I think that's possibly something we can take up, perhaps the Bureau, after this.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm happy to. It is something we've discussed previously in the past, though, and it's a recurring issue. So I think we'll make sure that there's clarity both ways. Thank you.
I now call on Assembly Member Best, please.
Thanks, Chair, and I do have some questions. I wanted to first start with you, Andy, please, and take you back to almost to the day last year when we had this plenary, and I was asking you a series of questions focused on the Fire Brigade's work with youth. One of the challenges I made is the age that you need to be to join the cadets, and you said that was a really good challenging question and said you'll go away and look at it. Could you let me know what happened from there?
So obviously we're really proud that we've now effectively got access to cadets in every borough. So the initial focus was just to make sure we've got that access.
Sorry, just on the age requirement.
Just on the age requirement. In terms of the age requirement, I'll have to come back to you, because I know...
why would you have to come back to me? Because you said last year you were going to look at it and write to me, and you never wrote to me.
Well, I can only apologise for that. That's not acceptable. So what we will do is write to you with a detailed question, and my staff are sitting out there, and I will hold them to account for that. I'd assume that we had, so I can only apologise. I think that we haven't enacted the age change entirely. I mean, that's probably a reflection of all the other change that's going on. But I don't have that information in front of me, so I don't want to make something up, and we will write to you, so I can only apologise. That's unacceptable.
Thanks. And do you still see the benefit, just to check that, just to rehash it quickly for those unaware, that the Sea Cadets, Police Cadets start, you can join at 10, Army Cadets 12 and Air Cadets 12. So do you see that discrepancy and why it would be good to look at, with insurances, bringing that age down?
I agree with you entirely. I think it's more about capacity, the pace at which we've set up cadet units, the existing system, changes in leadership in there. I can only apologise that we haven't written to you with a clear answer, and what I don't want to do is say something that isn't correct, because I must admit I do not have that detail with me. So we will write to you in that context, Assembly Member Best.
Thanks. And can you confirm to me whether it is 13 or 14? Because
I believe it's 14, but I'm going to come back to you with a proper written answer. So my focus has been on delivering a cadet unit in every borough. I don't want to fudge the detail of this. I want to come back to you with a proper answer, and I will ensure that it's done this time.
If it's 14, then that's quite disappointing from people that might search on the website and it says 13 on the first page of the website. It says you can join if you're 13.
I stand to be corrected, because I acknowledge now that in the spread of what I'm responsible for, I don't hold that piece of detail. That is the honest answer, and we will write to you with the detail. Full respect, you asked that question last year, you've reminded me now, and we will write to you with a detailed answer. I think you deserve that. Apologies.
And can you make sure it's clear on the website, because it references being age 14 in some places and being age 13 in others?
Oh, that's clearly not okay. So I take that point.
That's the point I'm saying, is that in some places it says you have to be 14.
Clearly not okay. I wouldn't seek to justify that, and we will both come to you with a detailed answer, and I will seek to ensure that there's consistent advice provided.
Thank you. The other question I had for you last year was around visits to schools, and you had said that the number was, for the previous year, was 165, with approximately 14,200 children participating, that you were back to 85% face-to-face visits, and you expected that number to grow. So has that number grown, and can you give an update on that?
I can't give you a specific update on that. That's not being evasive. I just do not have those numbers in front of me in terms of school visits. But again, we can write to you with that detail. And apologies, I really will make sure we do write to you, because I take your previous point seriously.
Thank you. Last year you did have that information to hand, and now we don't have that information.
No, I'm afraid I don't, but then that may also speak, actually, if I look at the briefing pack I've got, the scale of change we brought in the past year is just enormous. It stretches across every piece of the business, from training to CRMP to the built environment to the sort of incidents we've just discussed. I'm really sorry, I don't have that with me.
Thanks. I mean, I'd just suggest for whoever does the briefings, if an Assembly member asks questions about things 1 year, they're probably going to be interested in it the next year.
I think that's entirely fair challenge and feedback, and I will take that back.
Okay. One of the other things that we discussed last year was that you had a new structure for youth work for the 22-23 academic year, and that was going to coincide with a school scale review of youth provision. Did that review happen, and is there anything you can tell us from that?
Again, I can't give you the detail of that. My understanding is the review is completed, but we haven't enacted all the changes. We will write and provide you a detailed answer. And I know we have different leadership in that space now.
So can I also suggest, because I think last year the Assembly member was offered a visit, and I think as well as having a written briefing, an in-person visit, which would enable you to sort of see the work in practice, would probably be really helpful if that hasn't already happened. I think you'd find it interesting. That they're amazing young people, taking on board all your points.
I don't need to hear that the work's amazing.
I appreciate.
I believe it. That's why I'm saying that the age should be a limit. That's why I'm asking questions.
I appreciate that.
I am fully behind all the work and the Fire Brigade being in schools. I don't need to be convinced. I'm on board.
Great.
My concern now is that I've asked a series of questions which I don't think are particularly niche, and I've had zero answers back, and I'm really disappointed.
No, I can sense your frustration, and I think the Commissioner also recognises that.
100%, Assembly Member Best. I do not have a brief in front of me about our youth provision. I know the top line in terms of our delivery out into boroughs. I go out and visit cadet units. I should have had the detail. I can only apologise. And we will write to you with all of it. And it's a useful reminder that we should have come with that. So
yeah, I mean, it's not a small thing if you say you're going to have a full-scale review of all youth provision, and to not have any details on that is just very disappointing. But
I can only apologise.
Thank you. Assembly Member Cooper, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Commissioner, and good morning, Deputy Mayor. I have asked you about this before, so it won't come as much of a surprise, but it's about flooding and whether or not there's any news about flooding becoming a statutory responsibility, which I know that's something the Met has argued for. Obviously, it has now become a statutory responsibility in Scotland since 2005. In Northern Ireland since 2012, and in April 2017, statutory responsibility in Wales. It's only England where it isn't. Is there any progress on this?
Not at this point, but again, being fair to colleagues in government and inside the Home Office, it is a live question they're seeking to address, and of course it's implicit within the White Paper as a possibility. So I think the answer is it is still very much under consideration. It's not been an answer no, but it has not progressed beyond the answer I gave last time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Deputy Mayor, and you might answer this with your head in another place as well. What additional resources do you think would be brought to the Fire Brigade if flooding does become a statutory responsibility? What difference would it make?
So I don't think it's necessarily about additional resources, because I think we need to be clear that every single fire service in every part of the country responds to flooding when it happens. So I think the statutory responsibility would recognise what fire services already do routinely, but it would also mean that if there were a point at which resources became tight, then nobody could turn around and say, well, you don't have to do that because it's not actually in your suite of things you need to do. So I think that it's basically about recognising but also protecting that part of the business, the day-to-day business that fire and rescue services already do. I have raised this relatively recently with the Fire Minister. I would hope that this would be something that would come through as part of the ongoing discussions about fire reform. I honestly think the main issue is that people see it as a way to then sort of lever additional resources, but I can't see that any fire and rescue service in the country isn't already doing this planning and isn't already resourcing to this need. So it's almost about sort of just making sure that the statutory duties reflect what fire and rescue services do in practice. And as come up previously around sort of the risks of climate change, this is an increasing, not a diminishing risk.
On the point of climate change, obviously we had the terrible flooding in London, and on the back of it, the London Strategic Surface Water Flooding Group was set up to address the complexity of all the different players involved, with local authorities having some roles about clearing gutters and keeping highways clear. Obviously the GLA is in there as well with the fire service. You've also got the Environment Agency and so on and so forth. Are you satisfied with the progress that the group has been making since it started meeting?
Yes, I think it's making really good progress. I think that so a range of lessons were identified following the flooding, and we had a number of series of roundtables. I think that the subsequent review of the London Resilience Partnership flood response framework, which is now complete, has been really helpful, and the framework now includes clear activation arrangements and a much more proactive response to flood and weather warnings. And this is part of the ongoing way we're trying to sort of shift how we see the role of the partnership. So you actually look at sort of communications in a much greater extent, which is something we were already trying to do, but is something that's also quite a significant shift in the government's strategic document around the sort of the government resilience strategic framework.
I know. I had to read the London Strategic Surface Water Flooding Group, and I can't even think what the acronym of that might be.
It hasn't got an acronym, no. But it's doing great work. Yeah,
it's probably just as well it doesn't have an acronym. I just wondered if I could turn to you, Commissioner. I know that after there's been a fire, there's a fire investigation, and there will quite often be a report that comes out of that that can be really helpful in terms of the learning. So, I mean, obviously Grenfell is a completely separate case, and that's going to be a whole new set of learnings. But, you know, after the New Providence Wharf fire, there was a very comprehensive fire report. Does the fire brigade ever, as yet, do reports, for example, if there's been a flooding incident, commentary on how it came to happen and whether or not there could be SUDs installed that would stop this kind of thing happening in the future? I can actually see that the Deputy Mayor is nodding, so it might be one for you to come back on. But I'm just wondering whether that is something that the brigade picks up?
No, we don't, because it's not part of our statutory functions. And also we don't hold the investigative expertise in that space, whereas clearly fire investigation is a statutory function. It is how we support colleagues both in policing and insurance, the community. So the answer is it could be an area of exploration in terms of providing clarity as to the underpinning reasons for an incident, but we would need to have it as a statutory function, and we would need to build the expertise internally to be able to do it. Which
kind of leads back to the beginning of my question about the statutory responsibility. Is that something
so
that you think should
happen? The Resilience Partnership would have a multi-agency review after any major incident that involved partnership response being stood up. And obviously the LFB would be consulted as part of that. But I think that's an interesting point on what the benefit of a statutory duty would be, because actually it wouldn't be unreasonable of the public to think that was part of the suite of responsibilities. And I think it shows that it's not just about resourcing, it's also about sort of really being very clear what that would mean in terms of the LFB using its expertise to further enhance knowledge about what the issues are. And it can be as simple as a plastic bag over a drain cover can cause absolute mayhem and put lives at risk. So I think that, but it could also be much more complicated. But the LFB would be part of the LRF's, the London Resilience Forum's multi-agency sort of review after an incident of that.
It seems an important area to think about how we develop that, given that we are anticipating, as I think you said earlier on in an answer, more of these incidents to take place. Thanks very much, Commissioner and Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Garrett, please.
Morning. Commissioner, you were speaking earlier about the risk from electrical fires from small electric vehicles, which we're very aware of. Obviously, we've also seen examples of very large electric vehicles, specifically buses. And obviously, TfL's plan is to convert the entire fleet to electric. My local bus garage in Sutton is almost completely electric these days. And obviously, we've seen, I think, 3 fires, plus a couple of years ago there was the fire in the depot in Potters Bar, which is very concerning. So I wondered where you were in terms of understanding and managing that risk.
So we're actively engaging with colleagues at a strategic level in TfL. So myself and the TfL Commissioner meet regularly. This is one of the top line items on our agenda for discussion. We hold quarterly strategic meetings with their functional leads within TfL because we're all growing in our understanding of both the opportunities and the risks that come with this technology. You know, bus fires, if you've got an EV bus fire, that is a very challenging incident for firefighters to resolve. You know, we saw 2 metre kind of flame travel out of the side of the bus in one of the recent incidents, and they are effectively supercharged once the battery is involved. Clearly, we want this technology in London. My point, and the TfL Commissioner will not mind me saying this because I'm very open about it and it's on the record, is that they've got to be stored safely, correctly, with an understanding of the mitigation that's placed in terms of mass storage. And we're working very carefully with them to understand what's appropriate and seeking to influence the plans for what in the end will be a fleet potentially of 9,000 EV buses in London. This one is very alive to us.
So are there, in terms of the incidents that we've had, I mean, one of them, for example, I think was a hybrid bus, in fact, who had a battery on it, but it's not charging in the same way. Are there patterns that you've picked up? Are there, changing working practices that you've identified already, both, at the bus garage where you've got charging going on and obviously a lot of power. In Sutton, they showed me 2 new substations they put in to power that whole thing. It's a lot of energy. And then obviously when they're out on the road where the risk is different because it's less cumulative risk, but more passengers on the bus.
I don't think the issue actually is with the battery technology per se, but if you looked at the history of bus fires in London, we get quite a lot of bus fires inevitably because of the size of the fleet. Any technology that's used that much has vulnerabilities. to be fair to the bus operators in London, they maintain their fleets well to maintain the service. The issue is there's so many different factors that can result in a fire on a bus, everything from human behaviours very often, so the people inside the bus doing something, to the electrical failure of a heavily used minor component. The issue with a fire on an EV bus is, regardless of how it starts, once the battery's involved, there's a problem. So for us, we're very focused on how you're protecting the battery inside your bus design. Actually, is it shrouded in a way that prevents it getting involved in the fire? There's still work to be done on that, I think, if we look across the generation of buses. All I can assure this committee is we're heavily engaged in trying once again to get ahead of the technology as it emerges, because clearly it's something that London needs, but I need London firefighters and residents to be operating in a safe environment. It's right at the top of our agenda.
Okay, so I suppose I don't want to pin you down as such, but in terms of actions that have changed, it sounds like it's a thing that's being worked on, but there's nothing specific.
Well, how we respond to them, definitely, because we've pushed out that guidance to our crews. I think that the bus operators and TfL themselves need to speak to how they're mitigating it in the context of storage and kind of working practice inside their operations, which are equally important. My responsibility is really the response, and where we can, to use our own regulatory powers to influence decisions in the planning and operation stage. What I would say on this is, because we don't have regulation around these products yet, because actually it is emerging, and architects and planners still don't have clarity around how you would best mitigate, not least because internationally there's not a lot of that guidance available. This is something we're paying fairly close attention to, and it will require probably decisions taken outside of a regulatory environment for the protection of people. In the absence of that, that is the live discussion at the moment. We're unpicking it in a number of different kind of examples of storage around London with TfL.
Okay, one to watch. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member McCartney, please.
Thank you. And my question is to the Commissioner, and it's about wildfires. I represent Enfield, and 2 years ago we had a few wildfires, and I suspect this is a feature particularly for outer London boroughs where we have a lot of green belt, or, for example, the Lee Valley Park. So I have a couple of questions, if I can. First of all, with the work you're doing with London boroughs and also with the public, what are you doing to make sure that stakeholders and the public are aware of the fact that they can do something to alleviate and stop fires from happening? And our London boroughs, or the City Corporation, for example, which has a lot of open space as well, putting any resources into your efforts?
I think we've got good support, actually. It's a manifestation of the our CRMP. So one of the changes with the CRMP is that you have a borough risk management plan in every borough. Built into that is our operational risk assessment, both a London-wide one and then a local one. What that dictates is, if you've got a lot of open space, my borough commanders are mandated to go and have a conversation with their local authority about how you're managing everything from the rural-urban interface to inner city parks. That's everything from, ignition sources in parks to cutting back vegetation. It should feature on the agenda of, community safety forums. So my answer is we're actively engaged, and we are measuring really what my colleagues at our borough level are doing in that context. So I would be expecting to see some evidence back. So obviously borough risk management plans are relatively new. We're rolling CRMP out, but they are an active part of that planning. All the feedback I'm getting at the moment is that the owners and managers of large open spaces are actively engaged.
And for the members of the public, for example, I noticed, the last couple of years you've given warnings about barbecues and how to use them safely or not to use them at all. Is there any advice, or is there any publicly available resources that the public can use to make sure that their own gardens and property are safer from wildfires?
There is, but actually the fact you're asking the question makes me wonder whether we've got to challenge ourselves in terms of wider communication at a London level. In boroughs, I know there's active engagement with communities around how you manage that interface, what you might do to prepare yourself for increasing temperatures. But I think I need to go back and understand what we're doing at a London level around that, because we have put communication out before. It's about when we do it, proximity to the likelihood of an event itself, and the quality of that.
Okay, thank you. And then my final question is that you seem to be doing quite a lot of work and learning. I think last time I questioned you, you said you're learning from Northumberland, for example, Fire Brigade. But is the government actually leading on anything such as a national wildfire prevention strategy, or is it really down to individual brigades to actually develop their own?
No, I think government, to its credit, is actively involved in that. It's supported the National Fire Chiefs Council, which is the professional body that provides guidance and consistency across the sector to develop wildfire products. We use them. We just simply lifted the NFCC products and gave them to our officers. So actually, I think as part of the professional standards piece and kind of national guidance around emerging risk, NFCC, with the support of the Home Office, have put out a lot of good products and guidance, and we've actively used it.
Thank you. That's reassuring. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Prince, please.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Mayor, I'd like to have a quick word with you about Launders Lane. For those watching, this is a piece of land in Rainham, in my constituency, where there's a lot of fires and pollution occurring because of fires that occur underground, especially in the summertime. Now, I would like to thank you for what you've done so far and for trying to grip this. It's a very difficult situation. But what I would ask of you, Deputy Mayor, is that we could have an update, and perhaps once again myself and local representatives could meet with you to see how we can progress the issue.
No, absolutely. I found it hugely useful to come to the actual site, so I'm very happy to come down again in person to meet representatives rather than expecting them to come here. And I'd also like to recognise your long-standing advocacy on the issue. Not surprisingly, because obviously the issues impact your residents. And you'll be aware that I'm also concerned that the site presents a potential risk to firefighter safety. In terms of the progress Havering Council is making, I think that their working group is clearly trying to identify a solution and a way forward. They've undertaken surveys of the site, and I understand the landowner also has, and there's also been monitoring of the air quality in the local area, and I'm hoping that there's been increased transparency around this for residents, although I think that the main issue is that there hasn't yet been a long-term solution found to how the site can be cleared. I'm keen to continue to push for this, and I know GLA officers have joined the council's working groups as well, and we've also ensured that there's been a higher rank of LFB officer to take part in the working groups to make sure that what doesn't feel reasonable for a local area to deal with on their own. And I think that part of the issue for me is that it isn't really Havering Council's fault that they've ended up with this site on their land. It is their residents that are suffering, but actually we need all levels of government, and I mean all levels of government, to engage with this as an issue, because what happened in Havering in terms of the illegal dump could literally happen in pretty much anywhere in the country. So it is an example of how local government can end up with an issue they need to deal with, and as I've said to you before, I am concerned about the potential risks to firefighter safety, as well as to the local residents. And I'd be more than happy to meet with yourself and local representatives again, and we can take that offline. Thank you.
I'm grateful. Thank you.
The next on the list is Assembly Member Dr. Sahota.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. The next question is to the Deputy Mayor. In 2023, the London Fire Brigade launched its community risk management plan in response to Grenfell. Can you tell us how the LFP have been delivering on the priorities that were set out in the community risk management plan, please?
So the community risk management plan isn't just in response to Grenfell, although it includes sort of making sure that those are driven forward. It's a statutory risk management plan as part of the national framework. The priorities within that around sort of assessing and managing risk and making sure that the assessment of risk feeds into the development of LFB's strategies and delivery plans. Sorry, what was the second part of your question?
How have we been delivering on it?
Okay, so I think we had a really good session with FREP last week on the community risk management plan in particular. I think what is good about the approach within this, as opposed to in previous London safety plans, which was sort of the integrated risk management plan in the previous iteration, is that actually it's both about sort of doing that sort of top-level organisation-wide transformation, but the Commissioners referred to borough risk management plans. So it's also about drilling down to local levels, and they're now piloting and rolling out station risk management plans, which mean that every single firefighter on the ground can identify how the top-level strategy relates to their work. And I think it doesn't feel like rocket science when you say it like that, but actually that's a new approach that the brigade has been taken, and I think that it's testimony to the work of the brigade that their community risk management plan is sort of intended to deliver fundamental transformation of the organisation, but is also driving forward in terms of operational improvements and making sure that the firefighters have the best training, the best equipment possible to do that. My role in this is obviously in terms of ensuring that I have regular meetings with the Commissioner and his team in terms of looking at progress against the KPIs. My team thought it was very funny when I got excited about KPIs last week, and I could go into that all over again, but you may have other questions.
Thank you. Commissioner, how are you now better able to engage with the communities in having the CRMP in place?
Because the CRMP, rather than previous iterations of our statutory plans, isn't a list of actions to complete, but is a strategic framework that includes within it a very, very detailed plan about what we're going to hold ourselves to in our responsibilities to community engagement. So it's everything from a granular level plan laid out in every borough for seeking out communities of all kinds and responding to the risks specifically within that area, devolving kind of the ownership and responsibility to borough commanders to own local risk, characterise it in a plan which we then hold them to. It's about actually having a community engagement team at a London level who are specialists in that space, drive that strategy forward, go out and offer subject matter expertise to those teams on the ground. I mean, and you can see them working in real life. The response to the fire in Wembley, for example, last Monday wasn't only the immediate response to the fire, but a community engagement team from the centre that were then out on the ground, organising public meetings, providing reassurance, acting as an advocate for the community and trying to hold other agencies to account. So this is manifesting real delivery rather than words and aspiration. So that's what the CRMP gives us, because it both clearly states the ambition, it clearly states the expected practical outcome, and then it puts a price on it. So it's built into the budget. So that would be my answer. It's real activity, planned for in the budget, delivered on the ground.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Ahmed, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, panel. Commissioner, at the December 5th, 2023 FREP meeting, Ben Selby, Assistant General Secretary of the Fire Brigade Union, said, "Progress is not easy to measure when we are talking of culture. With regards to the progress of the culture review, do you agree?
I agree that culture is hard to measure in comparison to more concrete, matters of delivery, whether it's your attendance times or the number of visits you do. But I would argue that there are measures. In fact, one of the things I'm clear about is that we have to challenge ourselves to evidence change, because otherwise it's just words from someone like me. So I think there are evidential points you can bring forward, whether it is actually the number of cases we're seeking to address, whether it is actually the number of people we dismiss and the detail that sits underneath it. Actually, it is about gathering hard HR data, i.e., what does a single location sickness data taken into context with its people survey returns, taken into context with historic discipline rates in that one location, tell us about that location and the leadership. And is it improving? Have we got a problem? Are we going to do something about it? So I think there's a number of data points which can point to progress or not, lack of progress. And I think it's everything from staff confidence expressed in really well run and high returning staff surveys with open analysis of free text comments. We had 8,000 free text comments back in our last staff survey, 70% return on it. Some of it was very challenging, but we've got some evidence there, both about progress and remaining challenge. It's about the numbers of people we're pulling through the discipline conduct and grievance system, the openness of people to complain. In fair respect to Assembly Member Bakari, being able to articulate what we are doing about the worst examples of behaviour. It's about the informal information we get from a really good staff network, capturing that and then setting that qualitative evidence against the hard data around everything from sickness to proportionality of everything from promotion, pay, discipline. It's very simple things like making sure we've got enough facilities for people and showing that the money we've put against it is actually driving change. So I think there's a whole range of measures where you can evidence a change in your culture, and it has to be underpinned first and foremost by evidence, mass scale engagement with your staff who are either going to tell you it's working or it's not. And similarly with the community, it's about bringing the community views in as well and recording it and being open about it, whether it's into this committee or, as I regularly have to, openly into Her Majesty's Inspector of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services. So we have agreed a series of measures by which they are benchmarking it, and we've done that in discussion with them. So I think you can show progress. Yes, it is more abstract than other kind of organisational issues, but I think there's enough there when you look at it across the piece and take a sophisticated approach to it that you can see whether you're moving things forward or not.
So, very briefly, within 30 seconds, could you tell me this time next year, what would you like to have seen in terms of progress?
I'd like to see us get a full grip on the discipline and conduct environment. The professional standards unit is very important in that. And that does mean, I think, colleagues like Assembly Member Bakari and Assembly Member Hall having confidence in that system, so external confidence. And what I would say, because I've reflected on that answer, I do respect the time, but I do think I need to reflect on the fact you can hear my frustration in this space. And I would like to invite any of you who want to come and meet the PSU personally and get a more detailed brief outside of a written answer to do so, because I think they will reveal both the complexity and the energy which we're applying to address that complexity in it. And I recognise headline figures can't tell that story. So I want to see that. I want to see improving results in our staff survey. I want to continue to improve recruitment. I want to see better proportionality in terms of promotion and opportunity. And I want to see that all of the evidence points to a safer and more dignified work environment, which will include making sure we maintain progress on simple things like enough toilets for everyone and privacy in the workplace.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Sheikh, please.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, I wanted to come to a question that hasn't come up yet, but it's certainly come up in, I think, the FREP committee we had in September, where your colleagues attended and DLUC were there, and it was regarding the second staircases and the change in decision from DLUC around whether that applies to 30 metres or 18-metre tall buildings. Obviously, we will be having that transition, but we still have a lack of certainty around the specifications on that second staircase, which is delaying the 30-month transition period we need. So can you just tell me from the perspective of the London Fire Brigade how that uncertainty is impacting your work?
So we need clarity, because that clarity enables our fire safety professionals to provide the right advice to the planners and the construction sector. I think, again, in full respect to colleagues in DLUC and across government who are engaged with this, they are trying to move at pace to bring the right legislation to pass and the guidance to pass. And I have to respect the fact that they are very fully engaged with us. I mean, I meet at least once a week to discuss fire safety with my strategic leads, and I must meet at least 2 or 3 times a month with various colleagues in government, both civil service and political, to discuss this. However, we do need the clarity, and whilst I welcome the progression in the fact that we've got a clear benchmark around second staircase, it needs to be supported by all the other measures that ensure equity of evacuation and the safety of people in the building. So it's more than just the staircase itself.
Thank you, Commissioner. I mean, I think I would agree to some extent. You know, Michael Gove, I think, has been on the front foot of making some important changes regarding building safety. Moving at a pace is something maybe we will depart in agreement around, because I think we had DLUC representatives come in September and they promised us the specifications on the second staircase by autumn. And we've passed winter now, so they've missed their own deadline. And this is delaying, you know, thousands of homes in the pipeline when London desperately needs homes built. So, you know, the lack of clarity is it's stifling the industry. So to that end, actually, Deputy Mayor, I wanted to ask you, given that DLUC have laid out their own deadline and missed it, what more can we do to put pressure on the government to make that specification on the second staircases come forward?
I think continuing to raise it, and you're absolutely right that the government urgently needs to provide guidance around second staircases in buildings over 18 metres. I think the reason for this becoming more likely to be dealt with at some point this year is because, without wanting to go into what may or may not be in Grenfell Phase 2, some of these issues are likely to be under consideration by the inquiry, given what questions they asked and what views have been put forward through their questioning. So I think that the issue is going to become more acute. And I think that it would be useful potentially for the relevant committees here to go back to government and ask for clarification on this. This is something that I know Tom Copley has raised with the relevant department, and I think without wanting to put words in the Commissioner's mouth, I think some of the members of staff at the LFB will have done as well. So I think that what is good, though, is that the vast majority of recent planning applications for buildings over 18 metres are now being designed with 2 staircases. So I think this indicates that developers are already factoring in changes ahead of the official government guidance and are working together towards making buildings safer. And as the Commissioner said, it's not just about having 2 staircases. All other essential fire safety features appropriate for the design and use of building need to be factored in. And I think that's also making sure that buildings of every height and of every type of construction are built with the highest level of fire safety in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. And, you know, I think although it's good to see some of the industry and developers moving on designing their applications with the second staircases, my concern is when the specification does come in and if it requires them to rechange it, again, it's delaying homes being built, it's delaying applications. I mean, some of the specifications that Jules Pipe, Deputy Mayor for Planning Regeneration, laid out at the FREP committee, how wide should the staircase be, the lighting in the staircase, the distance between the other staircases, these are really sort of obvious questions that I think even if DLUC gave us a clear indication as to when that specification is coming, it would help the industry have some certainty and we can get the homes built that we need, but also ensure that we have the building safety that's required. So thank you for both your comments this afternoon. I think we are still actually in the morning. God, it's been a long morning. They've been really fruitful. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Assembly Member Devonish, please.
Thank you very much. And can I start by thanking the LFB for putting me out of a lift shaft in Paddington, where me and 3 activists got stuck a couple of months ago. So, but I was very grateful. 28 minutes in a Paddington lift on a Saturday afternoon wasn't my best opportunity of spending a weekend. I was delivering Susan Hall literature.
I mean, that's why the lift broke down, Tony. I mean, even the lift wouldn't join in with the delivery.
On a serious point, though, yes. Good morning, Deputy Mayor. I did read last night and I hadn't read it properly actually before, the cultural review, and it's pretty shocking there, and I've been surprised, I must admit, that it took 4 or 5 years of this mayoral term for these issues to come to light. Are you able to explain why, Deputy Mayor, it took you so long to foresee what was happening and to grasp the nettle?
So I think a huge amount of work was done on culture before the formal culture review took place, and it took the seismic events and the sort of the shock of the death of Jayden Francois Esprit to initiate a full culture review. I think that the sector as a whole has really failed over many years to grasp the nettle on culture. So without wanting to sort of excuse the LFB, this is a sector-wide issue. And I think previous attempts, so there was a lot of work done early on when the Fire Authority was still in place. We did work around firefighting sexism. We had a equalities working group. But I think that until the deep dive and that independent piece of work by Nazir Afzal, people hadn't really felt confident to say how they felt. And I think there's been a shift in the sector towards bringing in an independent look at the issue. So we've had it, and then South Wales has done it, and now they've had commissioners brought in. We had complaint services that weren't getting the complaints in because they were seen as too internal. So I think that do I wish that we'd recognised the need sooner? Yes, definitely. Is this part of a wider issue that I think the sector is now waking up to? Yes. And I will do everything in my power to support the Commissioner, as will the Mayor, to make sure that the changes that are now being driven through as part of the subsequent work following the culture review actually start addressing the cultural issues once and for all.
And are you confident that once this process is year, 2 years, 3 years, this will be a best-in-class public sector organisation? And
it has to be, because otherwise all the pain that people are going through now, so I get people say that actually it's brought things back, and Assemblymember Hall mentioned that actually people having to go through complaint processes or grievances or sort of disciplinary cases again. It has to work, it has to stick. And I think one of the things we've seen actually in sort of through the Grenfell inquiry with some of the things around the failure to remember the learning you've already gone through, and that's part of a culture shift. So the Fire Brigade had loads of activity after Lakanal House, then it sort of drifted off to somewhere else. And I think I'd expect the full assembly, but also the fire committee, to hold me to account on this personally, because actually it's the questions I ask, it's the questions the Mayor asks, it's the questions the advisory panel asks that's been set up to ensure that this is driven through. It's those questions that will keep the Commissioner's feet held to the fire. We do have difficult conversations. I think he and his team are doing incredibly difficult job well, but actually it's no good if we just go, oh, we've done that now. Culture and how an organisation feels, any organisation in the public sector, isn't just a moment. It might start with a moment, but you have to go through and come back and check through those measures that the Commissioner spoke to in response to Assembly Member Ahmed's question. You can measure how people are feeling about whether they like working for an organisation, whether it's a good organisation. Part of that is on HR statistics, but part of that is on simple questions like, would you recommend a member of your family to work for this organisation, which actually over time hasn't been great for the LFB. We want it to be better. So I think that it has to, it will, but only if the right kind of scrutiny and the right kind of assurance is in place. I think we're getting there with the assurance processes, and I'm happy to provide more detail on that either now or at a future date.
And how has the Fire Brigade Union worked with you on this? And can you give a concrete example of how they're supporting change?
I think, to be honest, the biggest thing the FBU did in relation to the culture change in the LFB was to move a recommendation to do a review of watches to pointing out that actually it needed a review of the entire organisation. They've brought forward issues. A number of the dismissals that the Commissioner has referenced has been a result of complainants who have been supported by the FBU. So I think we need them to be part of the solution, but they've actually already contributed by being part of the framing of what part of the culture needed to be looked at. And I think they were absolutely right, as you can see subsequently from the review, and I'm pleased you've read it. I'm delighted when people read it, not because the contents are good, but because it shows the level of the challenge that the LFB faces. But they were part of that from the start, and with a highly unionised workforce, they have to be part of the solution going forward.
Thank you. I'll leave it there because of time, but I have a separate question for the Commissioner. My hobby horse is normally building homes, and you haven't built a single home during this mayoral term. And I've been written to yet again by the Lambeth Village residents group, 8 Albert Embankment being the almost infamous planning application. And Commissioner, they did want me to say that last year when you came in front of us, you claim to have, and I quote, inherited a situation at 8 Albert Embankment. They'd like you to confirm that you didn't inherit it. You were already a senior fire officer yourself, and you were heavily involved in the original planning. And that's all they're asking for you to admit in public, that you were part of the planning you were at the Lambeth Planning Application Committee meeting on the 3rd of December 2019.
I certainly wasn't part of the original planning application process. I was there as a senior officer representing fire stations because that's what I ran at the time, and I came and represented the fire service in that context. I would stick by my original answer, which is I had a plan that I inherited. You know, to be clear, I'm very clear that my priority down there is to have an operating fire station because it is the single most important strategic fire station in the London Fire Brigade. It covers the security zone, into government. It has responded to almost every terror attack, and I'm immensely frustrated through a variety of decisions taken outside of the London Fire Brigade that I have not been able to develop that site in a way I would like. So I do not take that as a characterisation of my involvement either in the historic planning process nor what I need to do to deliver it now. And actually what I would say is I require support across the planning environment and across every level of government to get that delivered, because I'm in a place where I'm looking at a really important building for London with a really important community function, and with the greatest respect to everyone involved, I need the support of colleagues in almost every space to deliver that, because I am concerned.
When I chaired the Regeneration Committee several years ago, I think it was 2019 again, we had a report, and there's no other sites in London that you're getting on and building housing. Is there one single site you can get on in your estate and build some housing during the next few years?
I've got to say the honest answer is it's very, very difficult, because whilst we have 103 locations, almost none of them are viable for property development, not least because we're not the best neighbours. So if you build a flat on top of a fire station, actually our experience, and we have done that, is that you almost certainly will receive complaints because of the quality of residents' life, because we train all hours of the day and night. We are the busiest fire and rescue service in Europe, one of the busiest in the world. We are in and out of the doors continuously. So we are up for developing wherever we can in co-production and ensuring that there's a viable kind of residential component to planning. But the reality is, whilst we've got a lot of sites, they normally have a small footprint. It's very unlikely we will achieve a viable development on that. We're not sort of landowners in the same way as TfL is, for example. We've got very large-scale sites. We challenge ourselves in this space. We have a strategic plan around the property. But actually, I wouldn't pretend that it's easy to develop any of our sites for residential usage, not in a way that we can justify in the context of the cost to the public purse and the priority of delivering our statutory duties.
I'm very disappointed with the answer. You've gone back on what you said at the subsequent regen and housing meetings. Surely there must be a site, but I'll leave it there because of time.
Assembly Member Bailey, please.
Thank you, Chair. Is it afternoon? Good afternoon, panel. Just to quickly go back on 2 staircases, have you had any conversations with DLUC as what you'd like to see that guidance look like?
Yes. So I've sat personally on a series of round tables with the lead civil servant. I've discussed actually with both the Minister in the Home Office and briefly the Minister inside DLUC. I think they're well aware of the challenges of this because it's got to be the holistic guidance, and I know that this is, this is a live issue that they are considering because I know the guidance is likely to emerge. What I would say is, whilst I agree that it's absolutely necessary for developers to get that clarity, we are 6.5 years on from Grenfell, and I fully accept that it has an impact on the housing market. From my perspective, as a kind of holder of the regulatory duty around fire safety in London, it's got to be right. So whilst I respect the pace actually of the Secretary of State, he has certainly moved things forward. It does have to be right, because my worry would be that with all the pressure in terms of delivery, we don't get it right. We are feeding in detail into that process. We sit on almost every working group. There are meetings weekly about this.
Okay, thank you. Because I sit on a different committee, the Built Environment Committee, and the Secretary of State was there, and his team responded in much the same way you have, saying they must get it right because it would slow it down even more if they got it wrong. And they were also keen to point out when the Mayor changed his guidance to say they should be 2 staircases, he didn't provide any detail either. But I want to ask a different question about cadets. I saw the answers you gave to my colleague around cadets. I want to ask a slightly different set of questions, because I am in a different role. I am Honorary Colonel for Royal Regiment Fusiliers, and one of my responsibilities is cadets. And I want to ask, are you in the process of growing your cadet offer, or are you happy where you are now? And I don't say that as any trick. I just want to understand how far you feel you've gotten with the development of your cadet units.
I think we're at a size where we've got the capacity to run it well. Okay. There's an offer in every borough, or you can get access from any borough into it. I think the challenge from Assembly Member Best is correct, and I can only apologise again for not bringing the detail. So there is something about age that I think we do need to answer. But I don't think we're looking to expand demonstratively beyond what we've got now in terms of numbers of units. I think where we need to challenge ourselves is around how we see it both as a recruitment pipeline, where I think we've still got more to do, because I think those are our actual firefighters of the future, and I think we need to build the thresholds we put to recruitment in a different way for cadets, because we already know who they are. So that would be an area where we'd want to make it right. But no, I'm not sure that we're necessarily going to look to push it forward in terms of volume, because I would need to make sure we delivered it to a quality. So there are plans, which I've seen, to challenge ourselves in that space, but I would want to be confident we deliver, because it's use of operational staff as well. It's about increasing the volunteer pool. I know we're looking at a volunteer strategy now. So the answer is yes, we can always seek to improve, but what I need is what we've got to really work well, and that we recognise where there's other opportunity within the organisation.
I appreciate that answer. If there is a correct answer, that is probably my history of cadets would suggest to me that a slow organic development is much better than some huge target that you have to push towards. My other question would be about the training, because you use volunteers, which almost all cadet units do. how are you able to support those volunteers with specific training around dealing with young people? Because it's a very different piece to their professional goings on.
Yes, is the answer. So anyone who's a volunteer instructor will receive both internal training, will obviously have the sort of vetting checks you need to work with young people, will get advice around how you manage young people, and that's delivered by a central cadet team. And we obviously also give them some practical training around how you might support kind of young cadets in an environment that's probably alien to them in their day-to-day work. So we're always looking for opportunities to bring them in and educate. You know, and I've had a fair amount of contact with volunteer instructors. They're really good people. They give their time freely, and we try and advantage them as much as possible with their awareness of the brigade and the spaces we bring them into.
Thank you. This is a bit of an offer. I'm about to become the chair of the Cadet Health Check team. If we can support you in any way, because obviously the Army Cadets is many, many years older, there might be things we can support you with.
I think there's plenty of lessons, because let's be frank, it is based on the Army Cadet model. And I think any opportunity we've got to learn or for you to provide a bit of scrutiny and challenge, we'd welcome.
Yeah, well, I'd use the word support rather than challenge. I'll try to find details and send them to the appropriate person. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hall, please.
Thank you. So this one to the Commissioner. What were your main challenges when you were setting the 24-25 budget?
The main challenge was ensuring that we held enough money to change the training offer in anticipation of the Grenfell Phase 2 report landing, because I think as much as we've improved training, you know, that's manifesting the response I've already talked about inside this committee, I think we still need to improve further. So we've got very well developed plans that go live from April, where we're sending firefighters back to Moulton in the Marsh, the National Fire Service College, to do a much more sophisticated form of real fire training than we carry out at Beckton and Park Royal, as good as those facilities are. That costs a lot of money, so we needed to make sure that we both seed funded that and have made the case to my colleagues in their mayoralty that moving forward beyond the next 2 years, we'll need that supported by revenue funding. I've been very open about that in other committees. So that would have been, I think, my main challenge, because it's the one that occupies my mind the most in terms of improving that training offer.
Yeah, because, I mean, we all know, thank God, there aren't the fires there used to be, and that's how firefighters used to learn, literally by putting them out. So I understand that. If I can ask Baroness Twycross, now that the tube workers will get more than a 5% rise, will this have an impact on firefighters? Because clearly the tube workers think if they go out and hold us all to ransom, the mayor caves in and gives them a massive increase. So how do our firefighters feel about this?
So the firefighters previously had a 2-year pay deal that I think that the to be fair to the FBU, they did a cracking job on behalf of their members last year. It's a national negotiation, and we have an ongoing discussion through the National Joint Council. At the moment, we are in the middle of those negotiations, and I think that it may be a number of weeks or months before we see the outcome of those negotiations. But I think one of the issues in terms of where the sector is nationally is that a number of fire authorities across the country are actually seeing quite significant challenges within their budgets. So it's not as simple as one part of the country going sort of ahead. So I think I don't want to preempt the negotiations, but it would be challenging if we had to go above the 3%.
Okay, fine. Very quickly, if I may, I'm very concerned. Obviously, we've been declared the slowest city, transport-wise, in the world. And just wondering, is that affecting response times at the moment?
Not response times, no. And I check these regularly, because if there's one thing I must deliver to London, it's the quality of that response.
Yeah,
so
concerning.
We are still, by a fair way, the best performing global city in that space.
Okay, I think it's something we've got to watch because it's gridlocked. Okay, I think for time reasons I have to stop. Thank you.
Assembly Member Rogers, and he would appreciate very quick replies.
Thank you. I'll be quick. March 22, I went to a fantastic joint exercise held between Richmond Borough, London Fire Brigade and Surrey Fire and Rescue Service. Could you write to me telling me what your plans for the coming year are in terms of other multi-agency major exercises across London? That'd be much appreciated.
Yep, there's lots of activity happening in that space, and actually it's a live discussion between the three chiefs, ambulance, Met and fire, because we're very keen to do more of it.
And we'll send you an update on what the Resilience Forum's doing as well, because I think that adds to that multi-agency picture.
Fantastic, thank you.
The Assembly, the Conservative group is now out of time. Assembly Member Sheikh, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to follow up on this conversation around second staircases, because I did actually find that exchange between Assembly Member Bailey and the Commissioner quite helpful. I agree, we need to get it right, especially in the context of the Grenfell fire. We want building safety to be of the highest standards. And I guess my request would be both to the Commissioner and Assembly Member Bailey, in your weekly meetings and in your new incoming chair as the Built Environment Committee, which is we want to get it right, but we should be able to have an estimate of how long that will take, and we need some clarity on the timeline. So I think that's the key ask, really. We're not asking for it to be rushed, we're not asking for it to be ASAP, we're just asking for clarity on a timeline so we can have that certainty, because I think that's the basics of good governance, and I think that's an appropriate ask that I'd ask you both to take back.
An entirely fair challenge, and it's actually the ask we're making as well, because we know that clarity is what developers need. It's also what we need in terms of allocating our resources into what is an evolving regulatory environment.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner.
The Labour Group is now out of time.
Thank you, Chair.
Right. Having finished, we've now reached the end of the question and answer session. Thank you very much to our guests for answering our questions today. The Assembly has some further items of business to deal with, but you are welcome to leave the chamber. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I don't know what to do on this, actually. Taking some time. Can I ask the Assembly to agree the motion set out on the agenda in my name, but with a proviso? I was a bit concerned, purely from the chair, that there were some answers we didn't get from all sides, from both sides of the chamber, and I think possibly we need to reflect upon, because we had quite rightly questions raised by Assembly Member Harani and Assembly Member Emma that concerned fire safety. Adjourn for 1 hour and return.
Just extend before we adjourn.
Oh, we have to. Let's extend. Will the Assembly agree to suspend Standing Order 2.9A in accordance with provisions of Standing Order 1.1H in order to allow the remaining business on the agenda to be completed? Agreed. And now I'd like to propose the Assembly now adjourn for 1 hour and return at 1:20 before 1:21, let's be generous, before continuing with the remaining business on the agenda. Are Assembly members in agreement?
Yes. Agreed.
If we now can reconvene, we're now moving on to petitions. Can I ask Assembly Member Best to present the first listed petition on the agenda in her name?
Thank you very much, and thank you to the residents and councillors that have worked on this petition. This is a petition to call on the Transport for London, Essex County Council and the Mayor of London, and I'm going to try and synopsise this a little bit. Support the extension of London Buses Route 215 or 379, the restoration of London Buses services between Waltham Abbey and Loughton, the 666 and 66A, the restoration of Waltham Cross to Upshire of London Buses Route 317, the extension or creation of London Buses routes to serve Waltham Abbey and other outer London suburbs which were previously served by London Buses. The petition has 1,559 signatories and the contact person is Councillor Shane Yerrell, who's been working hard on this.
Can I ask the Assembly to agree to refer the petition to the Mayor for a response?
All right.
Can I ask Assembly Member Best to present the second petition listed on the agenda in her name?
Thank you. No, it's not Groundhog Day, but this is very similar. This is calling on Transport for London and the Mayor of London to reinstate the 505 bus through either extending 215 or extending route 379 from Chingford to Waltham Abbey, and that has 331 signatures collected by Councillor Suzimet Poulter Imre.
Can I ask the Assembly to agree to refer the petition to the Mayor for a response?
Agreed.
Can I ask Assembly Member Desai to present the petition listed on the agenda in his name?
Thank you, Chair. This petition is about the proposed charge for the Blackwall Tunnel due to take effect in 2025 and has attracted 524 signatures. The petition reads, as local residents of Tower Hamlets and Newham, we are deeply concerned about the proposed toll charge for the Blackwall Tunnel slated to take effect in 2025. This charge will significantly impact our daily lives, from commuting to work to accessing local amenities. The Blackwall Tunnel is a vital artery in our community, and imposing a charge would place an unnecessary financial burden on us. The Office for National Statistics reports that Tower Hamlets and surrounding areas has one of the highest levels of income deprivation affecting children and older people. Adding a tunnel toll would exacerbate this issue. We understand that measures need to be taken to manage traffic flow and fund infrastructure maintenance. However, we believe there are other ways to achieve these goals without disproportionately impacting local residents who rely on this route daily. We urge TfL and relevant authorities to reconsider this decision and explore alternative solutions that do not involve imposing a toll charge on everyday commuters using the Blackwall Tunnel. Please sign this petition if you stand with us against these proposed charges. Your signature can make a difference in preserving our community's accessibility and affordability. And as I said earlier, 524 residents have signed this petition.
Thank you. Can I ask the Assembly to agree to refer the petition to the Mayor for a response? Can I ask the Assembly to agree to delegate item 6, delegate authority to me as Chair in consultation with the Deputy Chair and Assembly Group Leaders to write to the Mayor with representations regarding the budget process for 24-25?
Right.
Agreed. Thank you. We now move on to motions. In accordance with Standing Order 4.2a and following discussion with Assembly Party groups, I have agreed to vary the time limits for speeches for the remainder of this meeting so that the mover of a motion or amendment may speak for up to 3 minutes. The seconder of a motion or amendment may speak for up to 2 minutes. Any other speeches may last for up to 2 minutes. So the first motion is in the name of Assembly Member Clark.
Thank you, Chair. I'm moving this altered motion as outlined in the order paper, and thank the Green Party colleagues for their help in improving this motion. We have accepted those suggestions. As we all know, the upcoming London Assembly and mayoral elections will be the first to take place on a large scale in London that will require photographic ID at the polling station. These new requirements have been put in place despite just 33 allegations of impersonation in 2019 out of 58 million votes cast in that year. While the government has given some additional resources to councils to make voters aware of these changes, YouGov polling shows that 1 in 4 Londoners are still unaware of these new requirements. Many Londoners, including myself, regularly don't carry an ID that would meet the appropriate requirements because a work badge doesn't count. A key role of government should be to promote democracy, not to create additional barriers to democratic participation. I'm concerned that this may Londoners face being excluded from the democratic process because they do not have an acceptable form of identification and are unaware that they can access a voter authority certificate free of charge. The Electoral Commission report, which looked at the impact of voter ID requirements on the 2023 local elections, found that deprived voters, disabled voters, voters from ethnic minority backgrounds, and younger voters were all more likely to face difficulty meeting the new ID requirements. I do think it's telling that a freedom pass is deemed acceptable form of ID, but a young person's travel card is not. It's vital that the government accepts and implements all of the recommendations for the Electoral Commission, as there is clearly more to be done to inform Londoners about the need to bring photo ID to polling stations this May, and I encourage the Assembly to accept this motion. Thank you.
Assembly Member McCartney, do you wish to second?
I do. Thank you, Chair. I'm delighted to second this motion to bring attention to a vitally important issue. With the London elections coming up in only a few weeks, Londoners face a prospect of being turned away from polling stations because of not having the right form of identification. Given that the UK has no mandatory national ID, unlike other European countries which have voter ID requirements, it's completely unreasonable for the government to legislate to require voters to present ID to access voting rights. This alone would be bad enough, but British elections are generally accepted to be highly safe, and public confidence in our electoral integrity has grown to 87%. This is therefore a solution in search of a problem. In young, diverse communities such as mine, too many voters will be excluded from the democratic process because they don't have the correct form of photo ID and are unaware that voter authority certificates are available free of charge. And as my colleague has pointed out, the Electoral Commission has highlighted that some groups are more likely to be impacted, such as unemployed, the disabled, and those with more than 2 dimensions of deprivation. So it's those people who are more likely to be more marginalised already that will be particularly affected. It's concerning that the government commissioned the Electoral Commission to report on the impact of these requirements, but has not accepted or implemented their recommendations to make the new system work as effectively as possible. I feel that we should be making all our elections as accessible as possible, and I urge members to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bakari, please.
Thank you. The electoral system is already in dire need of reform, and if anything, the shift to first past the post for the mayoral elections show that we are going backwards, and the new voting requirements has made things even worse. Not only did 4% of people not vote because of ID requirements, 14,000 people were turned away at polling stations in May 2023 for not having the appropriate ID. These changes represent a barrier to democracy. And it's not equal either. Most of the people are unaware of the changes were actually young people and from ethnic minority communities, and these groups are already less likely to vote. And we should be encouraging democratic involvement, not hampering it. The government's expensive and undemocratic changes address a problem that was virtually non-existent. In 2022, there were only 7 reported cases of impersonation at the polling station in the UK, none of which resulted in any police taking further action. We will be supporting this motion, but we also call on the government to realise its mistake and the impact this law is having on Pacific communities. It's time to repeal the voter ID law.
Thank you. Assembly Member Fortune, please.
Thank you very much. Just a quick point of clarification, because the equivalence, the false equivalence, is often drawn between the student Oyster card and the 60-plus Oyster card. They're not the same cards. To get a 60-plus Oyster card, you need to provide proof of age and address, which that qualifies it as a form of ID. It's not the same thing with a student Oyster card, where you don't have to provide that level of qualification. I just wanted to make sure that people were clear on that point.
Thank you. Can I ask Assembly Member Clark to sum up, please?
Sorry, I have my hand up.
I do apologise. Assembly Member Best.
Thank you, and thanks, Assembly Member Fortune. I can cross that one off my list. I think this motion, I need to tackle three things. There's the principle of voter ID in general. There's an element in here around communications around ID, and then there's the Electoral Commission's recommendations. So I just want to take us back to the Election Act 2022 and this idea that the government is putting barriers in place. This was actually some of the biggest advances that we had in this, making it accessible for disabled people to vote. And actually, perhaps you could have a look at that. If they were putting up barriers, then why would they make such an effort to make it easier for disabled people to vote? And that was revolutionary in the way that some people in this country were able to access voting in a way they hadn't previously been able to. The second is this random, just 33 instances. Now, let's take alone that this is an impossible thing to prove without voter ID, that basically the only way you would know if someone's doing it is if you see the same person coming back into the polling station and someone recognises them, somebody knows the person by name, that is on the register and can say, no, you are not them, or the person, as they do, go out and tweets, I've just voted twice in the general election, which happened in my constituency. Now, I would think the Lib Dems would care more about this when you think about those 33 instances, because actually, let's look at North East Fife, a constituency that was won by 2 votes from the Liberal Democrats. That's 2 cases of electoral fraud that could have changed the outcome of that election. Elections are important. They are the staple of our democracy, and there is a reason that they need to be secure. Now, I thought that we in this chamber, in the other end, we like to echo what our European neighbours do, and we talk about how great the EU is. Why is it that every other country then requires voter ID, but for some reason in Britain you don't think it's acceptable or the right thing to do? And I will take Labour seriously about this when they drop voter ID for their selections. When are you doing that?
Yay.
Okay. And the final thing, I think, so that's the principle of it. On the support for the comms, absolutely. The communications is essential around any election. And you'll see the understanding of election go up as time moves.
You're going to have to wind up.
Okay, thank you. So 92% of people in May knew that. So you're going to see that number of 1 to 4 rise. I'm sorry I couldn't get to the Electoral Commission bits.
I'm aware of. I am aware of the constraints of time that we have today. But I would ask Assembly members to remember they are time limited. Assembly, there being no others, Assembly Member Clark.
I'll sum up just with I've just looked up a 16+ zip Oyster photo card, which you need proof of your child's age and identity, such as a birth certificate or a passport, and proof of your address, such as residential utility bill. Oh, did I say? Well, okay.
16+.
In any case, I also very quickly looked up the rail card, because my son has just got a young person's rail card, and he also needed his passport and a proof of address. And I believe he needed proof that he was attending university. So there was a range of things that were needed. Again, somebody who doesn't carry around a photo ID with him. But in any case, thank you for your inputs. Thank you for supporting this motion. And I look forward to seeing this pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I see all those in favour of the motion?
Can we just flag this is an altered version that Assembly Member Clark?
This is the altered version. We're aware of that. There's a number of alterations today.
Thank you. So votes in favour: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 votes in favour, Chair.
And all those against, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 against, Chair. That is carried.
Thank you. Can we now move to the next motion, which is in the name of Assembly Member Ahmad?
Thank you, Chair. I bring this motion today to highlight the growing number of Londoners relying on universal credit to make ends meet. In December, the number of Londoners in receipt of universal credit reached 1 million. That's 1 in 9 Londoners. This is sadly an outcome of the economic mismanagement from government, who've overseen a long-term decline in jobs and wages. When the government crashed the economy, interest rates spiralled out of control and inflation hit record highs, with many Londoners who were already reeling from the cost of living crisis falling into poverty. A shocking 40% of those on universal credit are in work, but they are not earning enough to make ends meet. That's 400,000 people in London. Of course, it's absolutely right that there is financial support in place for those that need it, but work should pay. We've got no concerns about people who are eligible for universal credit claiming it, but everyone in this chamber should be concerned that this number has continually risen since May 2022. The last time it was over 1 million was a year into the COVID pandemic. Research from the Joseph Rowntree Foundation and the Trussell Trust found that almost everyone on universal credit struggles to afford the essentials, and that many of the 1 million London claimants are living in poverty. This week, many Londoners will receive the last of their cost of living payments, and whilst welcome, these payments have not been of a sufficient amount to address the scale of the problem and have only offered a short-term reprieve. Londoners are not going to see the price of bread, milk, eggs or cheese, all their rents and mortgages come down when this support ends. And whilst the Prime Minister makes casual £1,000 bets, the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, has been supporting Londoners with the cost of living, providing free school meals to primary school children, running a successful pension credit campaign and freezing fares again. I urge colleagues in the Assembly to vote for this motion today, which calls on the Mayor to lobby the government to urgently take action to address the endemic issue of low wages and insecure work. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member McCartney to second, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm seconding this motion today because we should be concerned about the availability of well-paid, stable work, about the health of our economy, and about whether people can withstand another financial shock. It should worry us that 1 in 9 Londoners, one of the richest economies in the world, do not earn enough to pay their bills without support. And sadly, over the cost of living crisis, we've seen this number increase further. Citizens Advice released figures yesterday that 5 million people are in a negative budget. They don't have enough money coming in to cover their expenses, and they're building up debt, which is a long-term problem. Another 2.35 million are living on empty. They're only avoiding negative budgets by cutting essential spending to unsafe levels. And of course, we know who's to blame. The government crashed the economy, sent interest rates skyrocketing, and have allowed inflation to make food and other essentials more unaffordable than it was before. And worryingly, for those in receipt of universal credit, not only has pay not kept pace with inflation, but neither has their universal credit payments. Short-term solutions are of course welcome, but we need long-term ones too. Now, I'm pleased that the Mayor has sought to tackle this by, for example, his affordable housing programme, universal free school meals, encouraging employers to sign up to the London Living Wage, and I should declare I'm a real living wage commissioner, and insulation programmes to help with heating costs. But we need the government to step up. They need to uprate the working age benefits to better reflect the true cost of living for low-income households. They need to implement the real living wage that people can live on. They need to stop demonising workers fighting for better terms and conditions after their pay has been eroded by austerity and the cost of living crisis overseen by the government. And they need to invest in vital public services. Please support this motion today.
Thank you. Assembly Member Polanski, please.
Thank you, Chair. The Green Group agree with this motion, so we'll be voting for it. I just want to spend 30 seconds to lift our gaze a little bit. We talk about a cost of living crisis, but really it's an inequality crisis. We know the super rich are doing perfectly well right now. Multi-millionaires and billionaires literally flying in private jets. And when we ask for government for things, we should be calling for wealth taxes, both on a national level, but also the Mayor, if he doesn't want to ban private jets, for instance, should be looking at taxing private jets. Alongside that, universal credit is not working as a system, and that's why we've long been calling for a universal basic income. There is something called a better off mechanism, which means that anyone currently on universal credit or claiming disability benefits would be better off under a universal basic income to make sure they're protected. So we absolutely support this motion and would like to see in the future much wider, bigger vision. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers on this motion? If not, I will go back to Assembly Member Ahmad to sum up, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Green Group for your support of this motion. I think the motion itself and any summing up I have to do really is self-explanatory. We need to address the issue of low pay. This is something that is an absolute stain on this country and affects Londoners disproportionately. I would urge you all to vote for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I see all those in... can I see all those in favour of the motion? Please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 in favour, Chair.
All those against the motion, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 against, Chair. That's carried.
Thank you. We'll now move on to the next motion. In the name of Assembly Member Pigeon, please.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's think back to the heady days of the creation of the Greater London Authority, that purpose-built building by the Thames, right next to Tower Bridge. I was in that area just last night. Those wonderful heady days, a beautiful building designed by Norman Foster, looking in, so Londoners could look in at our work, we could look out across our great city. And the privilege of taking people on tours of that wonderful building, that purpose-built building, and looking at various exhibits, exhibitions, looking at the views and landmarks on the top, and then culminating in that beautiful aerial floor map in the lower ground floor, that map of London, and what time people would spend on that, working out if they could see where their house was, working out where different things were in London. And yet, here we are today in this building, and sadly, there's not a lot here. And last year, I tabled a number of written questions about bringing back a floor map to City Hall. Tabled them to the Mayor to make this building more attractive to visitors. And, I think most people would agree this building lacks any symbols of civic pride, and we need improvements to make it more welcoming for visitors and to better represent the work of the Greater London Authority and also the sheer geography of London. There simply is not a lot to see when you come to this building. Even our Olympic and Paralympic torches, medals and our hosting plate, well, they're out on loan somewhere out in the Olympic Park. We're trying to secure the GLC's coat of arms. That's still a long way off happening. And sadly, the Mayor confirmed the old map couldn't be reused. It was out of date, but there were no plans to create an updated version. And I think that's a shame, and I think it really shows a misunderstanding of the significance of this building now, whether we like it or not. This is the home of London government. It doesn't feel like it. It feels like any old office building with a chamber where we can't even get the light bulb fixed, despite this being raised for months and months and months. And if we want to have more visitors, we want to engage with Londoners about the important work we're doing, we need to make it a really exciting building rather than the bleak nature it is. Yeah. If you go and visit the new London architecture at the London Centre at Guildhall, and if you haven't been, go one day, take the time. What an exciting place with maps of London, with models of 3D models of London. It's exciting. You can think about how our city's developing. You can have discussions. We need a map in this building for visitors from schools, for tourists, showing our key landmarks, to show that discussion. And we probably need more than that. But to start off with, let's call on the Mayor to bring back a map at City Hall. I hope everyone in this chamber will support it.
Seconding from the Chair, a lot was said. We have problems explaining what we do here. And it's best that we get the young to understand what the job of the Greater London Authority actually is, the expanse of the authority. And the number of conversations that I had with school children, who'd come to the old building over the map of their school or their street, and then them being fascinated by how big it was, and isn't Heathrow Airport big, and all the rest of the comments and the conversations that we had. I think that was good for local government, but I don't think it was just the kids who used to love it. I spent ages, examining places that I knew, places that I lived, and it was just a centre point for the old building. So absolutely, I second this motion, and I would hope that we can support this unanimously. Are there any other speakers? Assembly Member Desai.
Thank you, Chair. The map was a wonderful addition to the old City Hall, which was enjoyed by both staff and the public alike. You would often see visitors, both young and old, enjoying spotting their homes or famous landmarks on their visits, and it was a positive addition to our building. However, this motion for me is more than getting the much-missed map back. It is about how the Assembly and City Hall is perceived. We have a long, long way to go to reach the heights of the old London County Council and the old GLC, which I'm old enough to remember. Some factors beyond our control about the way the authority has been structured, but we can do more to sell the Assembly and ourselves. We need to make the new City Hall more accessible. For example, we need a lettings and catering policy that actively encourages community groups with limited resources, non-funded groups, to come and use this place. School children used to get a goodie bag when they come to this building. Not anymore. That's been cut. We don't do enough to promote ourselves to Londoners or overseas visitors, and have no literature available to give to them. That's embarrassing. The map could be just a start. We should have a history of London all around us. We could also have display boards which chart the history of regional government in London, from the Metropolitan Board of Works to the London County Council and the Greater London Council to the Greater London Authority of the present. I mean, we are in a historical area after all. This is where the docks were. So let us vote in favor of the motion today, so we can explore reinstalling the map and restore some civic pride to our new City Hall. Two final points, Chair. If re-elected in May, this agenda I want to pursue with vigour, but can also say make a personal observation about Assemblyman Pigeon. She's stepping down at the end of this term, but the very fact that she's bringing this motion forward, proposing it, shows just how much she cares about this Assembly. Thank you, Caroline.
I let you go on 6 seconds longer than you should have done, because that was a very well-made point. Assembly Member Dr. Sahota.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to support this motion, and I echo everything that's been so eloquently by my colleagues. I come from an area called West London.
What is that? What is that?
And the map used to remind us that how London was one big city. There were 32 crests of the 32 boroughs outside the old City Hall. I think we need to give Londoners a feel that this is the London government, that we all are here together, that this is not just in the outer Hebrides, right, of London. I mean, in fact, I have often said that before the Elizabeth line came online, that I could get to the Hebrides quicker from Heathrow Airport than I could get to the new City Hall. Okay? But the point I make is that we do need to make sure that London has a feeling of oneness, right? This is London government, and I think we should bring the 32 crests, right? And also the point which is made is that when they come here, there should be a mayor's shop where they can buy memorabilia, they can buy some gifts, right? That they can buy some things to give their friends. And I did take this matter when I was chair, right? And I urge the current chair and the future chairs to keep arguing for this, that we should have some gifts, right? I was told once when we had guests from the Ukraine that I'd give them a notebook and pencils. And I refused to do so. I said, I'm not prepared to give a delegation from Ukraine just pencils and ultimately, they found a very nice book of London, which I think is, but it's ad hoc. We should be really branding ourselves as London Assembly. We should really be branding ourselves as London government, and I fully support this motion. And thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the opportunity of contribution.
Thank you very much. Well done. Well said indeed. Assembly Member Fortune.
Very, very quickly, Chair, can I just agree with the sentiments that have been made around this table? But it strikes me that we're talking about bringing the map over and putting it here, and bringing over the shields and putting it here, creating a place that's the centre of London government, creating a place that's central that people can visit. Why don't we just move back?
I was.
That's an amendment.
I was going to, when seconding, suggest that it should be a map that's ultimately movable. Let's. Assembly Member Pigeon, would you like to sum up, please?
Lovely. Thank you so much for all your comments, and I fully agree with them. And I think there is a real issue about we have lost all those exhibition spaces we had at the Old City Hall. We've lost that sense of purpose. It is a functional building we come to when we come over here, and many of us try not to come in this building very often because it takes so long to get here, as we've already heard. I really think we see more and more school groups coming in. What on earth do they see? A committee room. They come in for a bit of debate and nothing else. And I think having, as you say, exhibition panels about the history of London government, about some of the particular areas, you could have different geographic focus from time to time, and bringing in things like the coats of arms and so on. It's just the very start. We need to make this building interactive. It really isn't. But I go back to the aerial map, and I recall in my time that actually we replaced it once, and actually the first version had lots of clouds in the aerial photos and so on, and they then replaced it and updated it, and you could see how the Olympic Park had developed, and they used to mark on there as things were being built on there. Really exciting. There's so much going on in London. We need to get that map back, and that's the least we could do to try and make this building a little bit better and more interesting for people who come to visit. So thank you for all your support.
Thank you very much. I'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour, please indicate.
I believe that's unanimous, Chair.
That looks pretty unanimous to me. I wish we could. However, my contribution is that the next motion has been withdrawn, 3.4. We now go on to motion in the name of Assembly Member Devonish, please.
Apologies, Chair. We've got further than I thought, quicker. Exactly. What is the most important thing we do here, in all seriousness, of all the things that we scrutinise? It's got to be crime, and keeping Londoners safe. Crime is going up. We've had the Casey review, and of course we've had terrible events this year, including the events after the 7th of October. Really, do we need... I'm amazed that I've had various people that have said I should not be bringing this motion. The Met is in special measures. Our job, ultimately, is to talk truth to power. And who has power if not the Metropolitan Police and the Commissioner and the Deputy Commissioner? And I've got a lot of time for the Commissioner. I think he's doing a good job. But when he came to us and said, literally, almost a throwaway comment, I'm too busy. I've got many other people to go and see, be it Parliament, be it the new policing board. I had to say almost, is he having a laugh? This is a really, really serious point. Metropolitan Police accountability is our job. I'd argue, actually, it's more important than holding the Mayor to account fully. And I can't believe that at least one party in here is going to oppose this motion. To me, it is a no-brainer. What has always happened on the Police and Crime Committee is we have 2 meetings a month. One meeting is about a groundwork issue where we get more working level police officers and other partner organisations, and we talk about issues. It could be cybercrime, it can be fraud, it can be money laundering. They are very important meetings. But the other meeting has always been a meeting with the Commissioner, the Deputy Commissioner, or another senior police officer, because we represent London and he or she is meant to come here and be held to account. So please vote for this. I mean, I'm amazed I'm having to bring this motion, and I would ask if this goes through, and I thank, because I know the Labour Party is supporting this, I thank them for their support, and I would ask for the greatest respect that the Mayor writes to the Commissioner. I asked the Deputy Mayor about this at the last but one PCC, and this is not a party political issue actually. She agreed with me that it would be much better if the Commissioner was sitting next to her, where she is accountable to us, and so is the Commissioner. Thank you.
Well said, Tony.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bailey to second, please. Oh, who's seconding that?
Keith.
Assembly Member Prince to second, please. Apologies.
I say second and reserve my right.
Thank you. Assembly Member Russell. Yep.
I indicated earlier. Thank you, Chair. Now, I'm going to keep this very brief, as we have a lot to get through this afternoon. Scrutiny of our police force has never been more important, while the Met is going through huge systemic change, hopefully radically for the better. As Chair of the Police and Crime Committee, I've been involved in all negotiations with the Commissioner's Office this year to build a more constructive working relationship to allow us on the Assembly to do our job. What is not helpful nor constructive, and frankly undermines the work of committee staff and myself, is this motion, which was submitted to be debated in this chamber without even the courtesy of informing me as Chair. While in slightly careless language it does highlight their attendance not being enough, it does not suggest a solution. It is just a complaint and seems designed to worsen the relationship between the Assembly and the Met. Those same relationships I have been shoring up and improving as PCC Chair. The Green Group will not be voting for this motion.
Thank you. Assembly Member Desai. Please, thank you.
All I will say in response to what the Assembly Member Russell has said, the Chair of the Police Committee has said that she's not explained why they are not supporting this motion. But anyway, we are supporting this motion. The function of the Police and Crime Committee is to represent Londoners' interests by holding the Met to account with proper scrutiny. 2 points to make. We have a democratic mandate, and secondly, we are critical friends of the Met. The democratic mandate, like the Mayor, we elected and have a democratic mandate. The Commissioner seems to have deprioritized attendance of himself and his deputy at PCC meetings, severely undermining the important work that the committee is doing on behalf of Londoners. I understand the Met's obligations to attend the newly formed London Police Advisory Board as well. However, this is not a justification to neglect attendance at PCC meetings. And I must say that my reading of the case report, Baroness cases certainly did not envisage the police using the attendance at the Police Advisory Board as an excuse not to come to our meetings. The purpose of the creation of the Police Advisory Board is to increase transparency and scrutiny of the Met, not to shift Met scrutiny away from elected body. At a time when the Met is under pressure to reform, it is even more important to use all platforms to showcase their work and increase accountability. Critical friend. As long as I've been Assembly member, the Police and Crime Committee has served as a critical friend of the Met, both in terms of police operations, but also in terms of welfare of police officers, ultimately supporting the Met in its efforts to become a better service for Londoners, and I aim for this to continue. I ask the Mayor to relay our concerns to the Commissioner. I sincerely hope that Commissioner Rowley commits to increasing his deputy's attendance at PCC meetings so that we can continue as an elected body to serve as a conduit between Londoners and their police service. I urge you all to vote for this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Pigeon, please.
Thank you. I just want to speak briefly on this because whilst I absolutely understand the sentiments behind this motion, and in actual fact, you know, I was one of the people with Assembly Member McCartney at the table negotiating as the MPA was abolished and we were setting up the Police and Crime Committee, what the structure would be and that accountability with the Commissioner or Deputy Commissioner attending or someone senior every month and so on, and help set that up, and it's been long established. And I regret very much, and have said that clearly to the Commissioner myself, that he has made this decision with the setting up of this new advisory board to the Mayor of London. However, the appropriate channel at this moment is through the Police and Crime Committee through the chair of that committee and group leads to try to find a way forward. And that is work that is ongoing. And I'm afraid I see this motion as tabled today to try and undermine the work of that committee. And I think that is regrettable, and that is why we won't be supporting it today. Not because in principle we feel very strongly the Commissioner or Deputy should be before us every month, but actually work is ongoing in that area. Let's see how that works out before you start to table something like this so publicly.
Assembly Member Duval, please.
In this debate, but I felt I should. This motion isn't designed to undermine that work from the chair of the PCC. In fact, we're very grateful for that work that's been undertaken. But this is a time when you need to make a stand, rightly or wrongly. It's not, we don't hold the Metropolitan Police to account, we hold the Mayor to account. But in doing that, the police are essential and being at our meetings and being made to answer the questions. We are not getting anywhere with the agreed strategy at the moment of standing off with these negotiations. In fact, I think if anybody is undermining anybody, it's the police undermining the people that are asking the questions, that are trying to seek answers for London's communities. Now, as a former chair of the Metropolitan Police Authority, and the good work that has been established over the years across all parties in terms of asking questions of the police, and it is a question, a strategy of tough love for some of us. Some of us have different views about policing in London, but for some of us believe passionately that we need to get that policing right, and we need to be on the side of law enforcement, but we need to have confidence in law enforcement. The key issue we've got to remember, it's not just the Commissioner and his deputy, it's actually he's got a number of assistant commissioners. We've had some great meetings. In fact, the chair of the PCC recently had a meeting of a very important issue of fraud across London with a number of senior operatives there. So the question of why the most senior officers don't wish to come before the Police and Crime Committee is the key question. We now need to ask that. And sadly, if that's the case and they continue to do that, I think the police will lose out in terms of not addressing our committee and sharing some of their concerns and role of the future. But it's not about undermining those issues. It's not a criticism of the chair or the staff around that, but it is one of where sometimes you need to put your cards on the table. And hopefully someone in the police are listening very carefully to these debates.
Could you bring your
we need to move
comments to a
forward
close?
On this issue very quickly.
Thank you very much. So we've no other Assembly members have indicated. I'll go back to Assembly Member Devonish, please. Oh, did you speak?
No, I haven't spoken.
Do you wish to
Very quickly.
Yes. Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you. I second the motion, and would just like to give Caroline, the two Carolines actually, Pigeon and Russell, the assurance that in no way are we trying to undermine the good work that you've been doing over the past few months, but this really has come to a critical point where we need to move forward, because otherwise we will have the election and then this will become an established practice. Other than that, I'd just like to echo the points of Assembly Member Devonish, Desai and indeed Duval. I so second. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Devonish now to sum up, please.
Very briefly, just to say thank you to all the colleagues who have spoken in favour of this. I think this is a no-brainer. This is nothing to do, Caroline, with trying to undermine you. Really, I just want the Met to turn up, because this is about Londoners. Nobody knows who I am, who you are, but Londoners expect us to do our job in holding the Met to account through the Mayor and MOPAC. If the senior police officers don't turn up, you've had nearly a whole year as chair, and we're not getting anywhere. So I'm afraid this is why I brought it. Thank you.
You're entitled to a point of personal explanation.
Assembly Member Devonish, you just named me, or you at least said that I had got nowhere with these negotiations. We have, the Commissioner is here for the same number of attendances as any Commissioner on average over the last 10, 12 years. He is having lunch with us in 2 weeks' time, as well as appearing at our Q&A. We are getting somewhere with these negotiations, and we...
Assembly member. I would appreciate you not heckling somebody when they're doing a personal explanation.
I'm sorry, I'd like an apology for that.
What was said? I didn't hear exactly what was said.
Chair. The member has asked for an apology, and it really ought to be made. And if not, you need to take some action.
I have no way of making a member apologise.
You can ask.
But I can do that. But I would rather it was settled in the members' consciences. Assembly Member Russell, did you want to conclude your personal explanation?
Well, we do want more attendance from senior Met officers. Of course, we all do. But actually, we have to go about this and try and work with the Metropolitan Police to try and actually get this sorted. And I think we are getting somewhere. So I just think the goal of this motion is not clearly defined and should be much clearer in terms of trying to do something constructive. But I still reiterate that I would like an apology from Assemblymember Devenish.
I think it's...
Could you provide details on how we put a motion to remove someone from the chamber, please?
Understanding Order 2.10, if in the Chair's opinion any member or the Mayor, number 1, persistently disregards the Chair's rulings, number 2, behaves improperly or offensively, or 3, willfully obstructs the meeting's business, then the Chair or another member may move that the named member not be further heard, or that the named member shall immediately leave the building. If the motion is seconded, it shall be put to the vote and determined without discussion.
Can I ask, bearing in mind, but Assembly Member Devenish, is there anything you'd like to say at this moment?
If you wish to do this, Chair, that's absolutely fine. I found working with Caroline so difficult during the year. I'm very happy to be removed, frankly.
Chair, under that standing order, I'd like to move that the member is no longer heard.
Before we do that, Assembly Member, there was an accusation against you that you used a personal remark against another member. Is that something you admit that you did? And if it's the case...
Would you like to repeat what I apparently said?
Well, I didn't actually hear it. I heard a chunter, but I did not hear...
Chair, I believe that going further into this prolongs the harm, and therefore we should use that standing order now.
I believe in the freedom of speech and the right of members to attend this chamber, and so that's a last resort, and I believe it's at my discretion. Assembly Member, I believe the member was objected to what she says is your use of the word deluded, that you are deluded. Is this some words that you...
I'm happy to withdraw that word, Chair.
Thank you very much.
It's more than that.
Chair, I don't want to prolong it, but I do feel that what was requested was an apology, and Assemblymember Berry did ask that the motion be put, and Assemblymember Pigeon did second that, so you may wish also to consider that in the light of the non-apology, and I'd like to move that the motion be put.
So go back to Assembly Member Berry. You proposed a motion.
I do propose that under the third ground named by the clerk there, I think the third one, about poor conduct. This is sanction we ought to use. We've used it before, and I think this is something we should set a standard with. So I do make that motion.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second it, and I think if an apology was given, then actually we could move on, but I'll second it if there's no apology coming.
There is no debate on that motion. All those in favour, please indicate.
All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 in favour, Chair.
All those against, please indicate.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 against. That's carried, Chair.
Thank
To leave, but
there's no requirement for the member to physically leave, but that they may not be heard for the duration of the meeting. Right. Okay.
Really how to get home early. He's going to do that every week.
Thanks.
I believe that the motion can now be put to the vote, Chair.
Do that every week.
Yes.
Go home.
That motion now needs to be voted on. All those in favour?
Apologies. For clarity, Chair, can I just explain that that had an alteration in that motion?
Right.
So it's the altered version that we're voting on. The altered motion in the name of Assembly Member Devonish. All those in favour, please show. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 in favour, Chair. And those against?
All those against, please.
That's no votes against, Chair. That's carried.
Oh, right. Okay. We now move on to the motion in the name of Assembly Member Best.
Thank you, Chair. I hope we can find some harmony around buses. So this relates to 2 petitions that I brought earlier to the committee. For those that are still remembering the quieter times we had here. This relates to the links that we have between Waltham Abbey and Chingford. And I will take a cursory look around, and if I hear nodding, I'll probably just sit down.
You hear nodding?
See nodding. If I see some accepted nodding, I'm trying to bribe you with time. But then I will just propose and sit.
That's seconded by Assembly Member Prince. Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you. Yes, very quickly, I so second, just to make the point that I checked it this morning. To get from Chingford to Waltham Abbey by public transport at the moment is between 93 and 97 minutes. By push bike, it's 30 minutes. By car, it's 12 minutes. And if there was a bus, it would probably be around about the 30 to 40 minutes. It's a massive change, and this really does show that we must, if we're going to go green, then we must provide the public transport necessary.
Assembly Member Berry, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the motion. Actually, it's a really good point. It speaks to a wider problem I've been raising recently. I've been listening to and reaching out to communities in the outer parts of London and the parts just outside, looking to see how we can help within Greater London to deal with their car dependency, where they often rely upon TfL bus routes just to link them up with the wider public transport system. I'm actually still waiting for a response to the motion that I delivered from the residents of Netherton on the Hill at our December plenary, and this is one of just many places on the fringes of London which either have infrequent buses or, in the case of Netherton, no bus service at all. The Mayor can and should do more, as should government. We need more buses countrywide to give people alternatives to being forced into using a car, and this actually helps us because it also gives them options that involve them not having to drive into the GLA area. It helps us reach our own targets around reducing car use, pollution and road danger. Now, I've spoken to Greens and campaigners in the local area around Epping Forest and Harlow, and they actually think things are worse than the motion describes. They think there have been lots of changes of operator in recent years, the changes in the numbers of buses. There's another local bus. It's now known as the 505. It calls at Waltham Cross bus station, and this is a TfL bus station where lots of people are making local journeys, such as to college. They're forced to interchange from TfL services to other services, and in that context, the TfL, the national £2 bus cap, doesn't in any way combine with the Mayor's fares, the Mayor's hopper fares, so you end up paying more than you should for journeys that involve a change of bus in those circumstances. There's so much more we can do to integrate services. I'm looking forward to hearing from TfL what they can do in this case, and I hope we can all keep working together to make sure that TfL, the Mayor and the government improve buses for everyone who lives on or around the border of London. Thank you.
Assembly Member Cooper, please.
Thank you. And at this point, you have to imagine that I am Assemblymember Baker, who regrets that she can't be here to speak on this. We've got a lot of sympathy with this motion. We're particularly sympathetic because it, for the reasons that Assemblymember Berry was just alluding to, that on the edges of London, and we need more buses in outer London to serve communities who need to be kept together. However, we're going to abstain on it because the motion is not accurate in certain parts, and also because we believe you can't just call on Transport for London to restore a frequent daily London bus link. As it mentions, the petitions that Assemblymember Best handed in earlier, she correctly talked about the need to think about Essex and quite a lot of the routes outside of London. So it can't just be something that we consider in terms of just London, and also bus route 242 doesn't go where it says it goes in the motion. So for those reasons, because of inaccuracies, despite the fact that we're very sympathetic with buses in outer London, we're actually going to be abstaining on this motion. Thank you. Here I stop being Ellie Baker.
Right. And there are no other speakers, therefore I'll go back to Assemblymember Best to sum up.
Thank you, and shame on me for being so generous with time and sitting down, but people may have forgotten I've got quite a few more motions coming, so I've learnt my lesson. I want to just address quickly what Sian said about things being much worse. They are much worse than that, and the story is much deeper. The reason for bringing this motion is actually because I think this is something that we could get cross-party support on and easily do. Extending either the 215 or 379, or ideally both, where the infrastructure is already in place, it would be easy, and the Mayor could do that, and it would be reasonable to ask of that. And that's why I was hoping that our Labour colleagues would be able to support that ask, because really, when you look at what the Mayor has decided to spend out on recently, this is a project that would be in the thousands as opposed to the millions, and it would be of massive benefit. If you look at the 1965 changes around the London boundaries, we have to bear that in the context of how people in the outer London live their lives. So I'm very well aware that Chingford is not the only area that feels more affinity with towns like Waltham Abbey and Harlow than other places of London, and this is a much wider issue. But there's a really simple fix here, and I am really disappointed not to get the support, especially from the local assembly member, where this would be an absolute win for locals who have been hammered, and especially older people who are no longer getting visited because of the £12.50 charge on ULEZ, and this would be a small thing we could do to help with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I see all those in favour, please? Please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 in favour, Chair.
All those against, please.
No votes against, Chair, so that's carried.
Sorry, was the local assembly member the only one that was going to vote against it?
How to win votes and influence electors.
I think it's a good reminder that all assembly members now and again make mistakes, and we should be big in our hearts to forgive them. Indeed. We'll now move on to the next motion in the name of Assemblymember Best.
Thank you. This is around the Solar Together scandal, but more importantly, it's trying to bring us on to the next stage of that. So in June 2023, the Mayor promised an evaluation of that scheme. In December, we heard that there was currently commissioning. As far as I'm aware, there's no procurement has been made, and we've continued, I think, through both the Environment Committee. I think both myself and many other Assembly members are closely asking questions on this, and there hasn't been that procurement. It's really important that we get the answers from that evaluation, and to see that be so delayed is disappointing, because the Mayor's actually been really good in standing up and taking responsibility and apologising for the way in which Solar Together has failed. But actually part of that apology has to come in action and doing this work now. The other thing that I was concerned about was that when we looked at the climate budget element of this year's budget, we didn't see any mention of Solar Together. Now, whether that be the evaluation or continuing work, there was no mention of that. But that also creates a hole in how the Mayor is going to use his accelerated net zero pathway. And we want to know how he's going to combat that if it isn't through Solar Together. And those are the questions I think this motion fairly tries to ask.
Assemblymember Garrett to second.
I'm happy to second and reserve my right to speak, Chair.
Thank you. Assemblymember Bakari.
Thank you. Now, I looked up some reviews of Solar Together, and this is what I found. The follow-up customer service is not good. The firm is short of staff. The scaffolding was put on the wrong side of the house. The scaffolding blocked my path. As I'm disabled, I couldn't leave the house for 2 weeks. Get the green energy together messed up my first installation, leaving me with solar panels in my dining room. This was a year ago. Don't trust Solar Together to help when things get tough. And that's all in the public domain. Now, all of these reviews can be found, and doesn't make it a very good look, and it's indicative of the disaster that this has been for the Mayor's brand. But what I worry about more is that if this scheme had been managed better, it could have resulted in thousands of homes being installed with solar panels, and London is successfully doing their bit to help tackle climate change. Now, not only do these delays tarnish the Mayor and the GLA's reputation, it's a bad look for climate action as a whole. So this has been utterly disappointing, and although I'm pleased that many customers are getting some resolutions and many have been left in doubt about taking part in a scheme like this again, which is a massive shame. We will be supporting the motion, as we do need to have answers very, very soon, as many Londoners want to know if Solar Together will have a replacement or not.
Yeah,
Thank you. Anyone else on this subject? I'll therefore go back to Assembly Member Best to sum up.
That's okay.
I beg your pardon,
Chair.
Assembly Member Garrett. Sorry.
I don't feel there's anything else to be added, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Best to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just say I hope this is going to get unanimous support, and the way in which we drafted this is to get that outcome. I think a lot of people across this Assembly have worked very hard on this, so thank you for that. And I think we are all wanting to know the answers to the questions here, so please do come together and vote unanimously for this.
Thank you. All those in favour of the motion, please indicate.
We're not all solar together on this
all
one,
those
are
in
we?
favour? That is 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 1,
yeah, I
2,
thought there was
3,
that.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 in favour, Chair.
Thank you. All those against?
No votes against, Chair. That's carried.
I thought for a moment there was a split in the Green group, but it wasn't the case. Yes. We'll now go on to the motion in my name. I'll just put it in my name. I note that there has been an amendment from the Labour Party for this motion, and it's an amendment that I will support, and I will take it on board. And one of the reasons I will take it on board is with regard to you put a proviso in there about private developers, but with regard to the Barking and Dagenham, effectively Barking and Dagenham Council is often the private developer because of their arm's length operations with organisations like Be First and BD Reside. We've got a proud record in this Assembly of agreement on standards of consultation and listening to tenants and leaseholders. And this city has, in its recent past, seen what happens when we don't listen to the safety concerns of residents and tenants. 2 years ago, residents raised the issue of the state of the balconies in the Gascoigne estate in Barking. 2 years passed with them being ignored. 2 years passed with BD Reside, the organisation that is responsible for the management. Instead, that's an in-house organisation. It's not a third-party organisation. Ignored those calls and said the balconies were safe. Well, not too long ago, of course, one of those balconies collapsed, and many will be aware of the associated media attached to that. We now have a situation where 414 social and affordable homes have been declared unsafe. The fundamental design issues that should have been picked up at that design stage from the private developer seems to have been ignored. It seems that when Be First be first, Barking and Dagenham's arm's length company is involved, shenanigans kind of follow. We need to take this seriously, and that's why I welcome the amendment from the Labour group that it's not to vote against, because an investigation does need to take place. It is of real concern to residents in Barking and Dagenham. But I'm hopeful that if we can agree this unanimously, we can kind of turn that ship round. Only recently, Barking and Dagenham got round the requirement for accessible play space in a development by putting a playground on the roof of a 14-storey block. That, to me, is not the kind of development standards that we expect in London today. Thank you very much. I will now call on Assembly Member Best to...
Thank you, I second.
Thank you. Are there any speakers? Assembly Member Desai.
Indeed. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Let me be absolutely clear. The incident at Weaver's Cottage Estate late last year was unacceptable, and we cannot allow an incident which causes such distress and puts residents' lives at risk to happen again. Currently, local authorities have no legal powers to intervene and force constructors to address and correct structural faults in newly built housing. Instead, these powers sit with the development manager, and responsibility for fixing structural problems lies with the constructor, in this case, the We UK Limited. I hope I pronounced it correctly. This means that when problems such as the incident in Barking and Dagenham emerge, the Council has no legal powers to intervene and can only use its influence. In this case, the Council worked behind the scenes to ensure that BOA took responsibility for the construction fault, and by 20th November, BOA announced that they would urgently carry out checks and conduct any remedial works required as part of their 12-year guarantee with L&Q. This is not only a problem in Barking and Dagenham. The lack of clarity over where responsibility lies for building safety is a problem that affects the security of residents across the country. The safety of residents transcends political differences, and we need to make sure that we are talking about safety issues across the whole of London and the country. Whilst I welcome the progress made through the Building Safety Act of 2022, more must be done to ensure that local authorities have the correct powers and resources to intervene and hold private developers to account in rectifying defects in newly built housing. Barking and Dagenham Council has a good record on housing and the quality of housing in the past 5 years. A fifth of all social housing in London has been built in Barking and Dagenham in the past 5 years. A further 2,000 new homes will be completed in the next 3 years in the borough. And indeed, the government has actually praised and recognized the borough's ability to build truly affordable homes. I would say that following a fire at the Samuel Garside House in June 2019, Barking Riverside, an independent review conducted by Sir Steve Bullock and Dermot Ward praised the Council for their rapid response, saying that, quote, the response by the local authority began almost as soon as the first respondents had arrived on site, unquote, and that, quote again, despite the challenging circumstances, the majority of residents felt that the Council had looked after them well. I also want to note that following the unacceptable incident at Weaver's Cottage Estate in November 23, it has been made clear by all parties involved that responsibility for the incident does not lie with Barking and Dagenham Council. Soon after the event, the construction company involved issued a statement stressing that responsibility lies neither with the Council nor residents, and promised to urgently carry out checks and conduct work to fix the defect. I'm winding up, Chair, the final paragraph. This incident was a result of...
Could it be the final line, please, Assembly Member?
It's a four-line paragraph. I must put the truth on record. This incident was a result of actions taken by a private developer, and therefore we must ensure that local authorities have the appropriate resources and the correct legal powers to intervene and hold private developers accountable. This is why I urge you to support this amendment, which has been accepted. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you for that final chapter. That was...
I got more to talk about the Council if you want.
Assembly Member Moema, please.
Yeah, thank you. I'm wanting to lend my support both as the Labour Group's lead for housing here at the Assembly within the way that our group operates, but also to declare my own interest. I'm a member of the Labour Housing Group, and so I have a long-standing both policy but also practice interest in this particular issue of how developers like Bouygues build the homes that we need across the capital in partnership with boroughs like Barking and Dagenham. And to reiterate, I just also welcome your accepting the amendments that we have put, and I really think that it's important that we tool the Assembly, the Housing and Land team and others here to explore where things can be done better. You know, so for example, the developer in question is on the London Development Panel framework. I know the Assembly member Bakari has in the past asked questions about the contractual nature of some of those relationships, and ultimately we all want to make sure that the safety of residents, I've asked many questions this morning about leaseholders and their financial liabilities, how we can make sure that they are protected from not just the financial costs of something like this, but actually if the developer is at fault, they need to stump up the cash and pay to fix these problems before they threaten people's lives. So thank you for your motion.
Thank you. And in summing up, I will say that I recognise that all London boroughs have a target on their heads. They want to pursue, in answer to what Assembly Member Desai has said, that we want to build as many homes as possible. But, you know, there are plenty of developers, but there's only one Barking and Dagenham Council. And those developers, unfortunately, my impression of Barking and Dagenham Council is that they are so desperate to build front doors that they are forgetting about the quality of what lies behind those front doors. And so I appreciate that there is support here. I hope this will go further. I will be chasing this up in the weeks to come, as will many residents of Barking and Dagenham. So that's me seconding. Now, all those in favour of the motion, please indicate. As amended. Motion as amended. Happy with the amendment.
Good.
Thank you very much for that.
They didn't vote.
Oh,
Didn't vote.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. Sorry.
Would you like me to call a vote for and against? No? Fine. There's an abstention.
Sorry, I heard unanimous, and that's why I didn't go on any further, so I apologise if that. The next motion is in the name of Assembly Member Best.
Thank you, just in time. I just was hoping that one friend would come back, because seem to be losing friends to the point that it now matters.
I've been accused of being a friend, Chair. Do I have a point of personal explanation?
And then there was just 6.
Anyway, the London fireworks at New Year's Eve are second only to the London fireworks of this chamber, and they are extremely important, not only to Londoners, but to everybody across the UK, and it's one of the biggest global events as well, especially at New Year. And I think the BBC consistently have the New Year's London fireworks as their highest broadcasting or viewership programme. That's how intently people care. How many people remember watching those is a different question, but they're certainly on in the background. One thing that has become clear to me since I've been here is how good we are at scrutiny on committees, and when we come together and look at things, how we really add value. I've seen it in terms of things like PQT and the running of this Assembly, especially with the move, and how sometimes from that slightly removed critical friend perspective, we're able to add real value to some of the things that goes on here and some of the things, the biggest things that the Mayor does. And to me, it's no mission that at the moment we're not giving that same scrutiny and outside critical friend perspective on the London fireworks, and one of the biggest events in the whole world. And we saw this year, there were big things to discuss. Ticket prices went up by 33%. And I'm not saying that that wasn't necessary, but it would have been good to have an opportunity to discuss that and why that happened. And we saw things where security failed, where perhaps as a committee, if we'd have been able to look at this item, I'm not saying we're all superheroes and we'd have magically found the answer, but perhaps we might have been able to add something to that. And so I think this is a really good opportunity, and it's a legacy I'd like to make sure we continue in future years on the Assembly to make sure we are looking at one of the world's biggest global events and making sure we're adding positively to make sure that Londoners and people around the world enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Rogers to second, please.
Thank you, Chair. Second and reserve my right.
Thank you. Are there any speakers on this item? No, there aren't. So, Assembly Member Rogers.
I think Assemblymember Best said it all very well in her opening speech.
She did, didn't she? Assemblymember Best, please.
Thank you. I just hope this one rouses my Labour colleagues to find some common ground with me today. I've tried to do that, I think, on everything, and I've not heard on any motion that you haven't agreed with me, apart from the buses, which I thought was a bit of a wavy argument. I haven't heard why you didn't want to agree, really, with the solar together, and nobody spoke to say why you don't agree with this, so I'm hoping that means full agreement, and if it doesn't, then I really would wish that if you're not going to vote for things that seem blatantly obvious that are true and good to do, that you should speak up and tell us why.
All those in favour...
I'm just wondering if we should put to the vote of the Assembly that the Labour group should speak on every motion that's been submitted. Because we could. I mean, we could speak on every single one.
That's no kind of point of order that's ever been existed, really. So all those in favour of the motion, please indicate. All those against, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3 against. That's carried, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Against fireworks. It's carried. Waste of money.
It's carried, yeah. It's carried.
Yeah.
The next motion. Come on, calm down. We're in the home straits. Sorry. Right. We're in. The next motion is in the name of Assembly Member Garrett, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to propose this motion, which, although it is about ULEZ, it's not really about ULEZ. It's regardless of what you think about that, or indeed what you may think about the legal position of the UK in relation to the European Union, it's not even really about that. What it's about is that any mayoral policy, this mayor or any future mayor from the 2nd of May, the policies that they bring in must be legal. They must comply with the laws that exist in our country. And there's a real serious concern here that the way that our European friends and neighbours, who we all would wish to see visiting our great city, they are not being treated fairly, they are not being treated well, and certainly on the account of 5 of our European friends and allies across the Channel, they don't think they've been treated legally, and I think there's a very serious reputational damage here. These vehicles, many of them were actually ULEZ compliant. In one case, there's a French minibus that came to London, I'm sure bringing exactly the sorts of people visiting our wonderful city that we would love to see more of, ended up being fined thousands of pounds for a compliant vehicle. And then most seriously of all, the way in which TfL seems to have gone about issuing those fines does not appear to be legal. This is a very serious problem, both legally and reputationally for London, for TfL and for the mayor, certainly. It's not always top of my mind if the mayor does something that doesn't make him look great, but the problem here is that it makes the entire city not look great to our European friends and allies, and potentially brings us into a very unfortunate legal mess. So I think the motion speaks for itself, what we're calling for. I hope that you will all be very happy to agree with it, and that whether you wish to see ULEZ continue or not continue, you would want it to continue in a legal manner. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I will formally second this motion. Now, Assembly Member Russell, please. Oh, I got a note.
Sorry, Assembly Member Pigeon.
Oh, Assembly Member Pigeon. We did a Caroline thing. Sorry about that.
There you go.
Assembly Member
Pigeon. Won't have that issue for much longer. Can I welcome the sudden change of heart by Conservative members today in tabling so many motions and really wanting to embrace being Assembly members and debating those issues of concern to Londoners. And it's really good to see you taking such an interest in this issue, which, as the Guardian article you referenced mentions, I was surprised maybe that you'd read the Guardian, but let's put that to one side. You know, I have been raising regularly through written questions since last February, and indeed taking up lots of casework from residents in places like France for some 18 months. In fact, I can't see, having looked at the database, one single question tabled by a Conservative member on this issue. But let's turn to the issue itself. It's absolutely of vital importance that TfL provides urgent clarity on this. You know, if EU driver data has been obtained unlawfully, then it could, as outlined already, represent one of the biggest data breaches in EU history. And this would have untold damage to TfL's reputation, the Mayor of London's reputation, and the reputation of London as a world-leading city, encouraging tourists to come. And it already appears to be damaging our relationship with EU counterparts. And because of this risk, and until this uncertainty has been cleared up unequivocally, TfL should immediately halt its use of European Parking Collection Agency until a full investigation can be carried out, and it can be guaranteed beyond doubt that this information is being collected lawfully. And outside this issue of data, I've also regularly raised the fact that there is poor public awareness of ULEZ requirements on the continent, and that is leading to people being fined when they shouldn't be and damaging our reputation as open to visitors. Sadly, TfL and the Mayor do not agree with me on that, but I think we need to really clear up and have a better information campaign. So we will be supporting this motion today, and what I would say is I rather regret the normal spirit of working with a member who has taken such a great interest in an issue when you draft a motion has been ignored today, and I hope in future that will return.
Thank you very much. Any nobody else wishes to contribute? Assembly Member Garrett to sum up, please.
I think the motion speaks for itself, and I think Assembly Member Pidgeon's words I would agree with mostly. I don't think there's ever been a point when the Conservative group has not fully engaged with the work of the Assembly Chair. I'm sure none of us would really agree with that. But on that point, I will finish. Thank you, Chair.
Right, all those in favour of the motion, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
No, we only voted 2.
Oh, no. Sorry, members, I've just lost my
I beg your pardon. Sorry,
votes in favour are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 in favour, Chair. Those against?
All those against, please.
There are no votes against, Chair. That's carried.
I just saw a free spirit crushed in the Labour Party.
When they counted.
The next.
Who were you being then, by the way?
Yes. Come on. Sorry. We'll move on quickly. Assembly Member. The next motion is in the name of Assembly Member Moema, please.
Number 12. Thank you very much, Chair. And so I just wanted to start by saying to everybody here that I know that the one thing that we can definitely agree on is that we all believe that no one should be left homeless. I appreciate that we have different methods and approaches to achieving that aim, but that I definitely believe, my 3 years of being here, is something that we all want to work towards. So we also know that the chain data that was released a few weeks ago, that homelessness in London has increased by 23% on the same period in the previous year. And this motion speaks to very specifically home office evictions, but within the context of London's homelessness crisis, the cost of living and the continuation of no-fault Section 21 evictions, people are being left with no choice but to sleep on the streets as a direct result of Home Office evictions policy. So I know that the policy was reversed from the 7 days that was introduced back to increased up to 28 days. And in short, what I'm asking for here is for members here to support the principle that at the very least the Home Office should work in line with the measures that local authorities work to, the Homelessness Reduction Act. That in turn was a cross-party private members' bill in Parliament passed a few years ago, which allows 56 days for people to, before they are evicted from their homes, if they can demonstrate that they will be made homeless at the end of it. And it allows local authorities to work with those households to support them into what is hopefully a permanent home, or at least suitable temporary accommodation. I just want to bring to the Assembly's attention the impact that this is having on my constituency and no doubt other Assembly members' constituencies, wherever you might be in London. And for those of you who are London-wide Assembly members, no doubt you will get casework and issues raised with you about similar sorts of issues. But I want to bring to your attention Shrizam, who is a constituent of mine in a refugee hotel run by Clear Spring in Walthamstow. Shrizam has 3 children aged 10, 12 and 8. They have settled in school and they have school friends. Shrizam has been promoted to becoming a shift manager, but as a result of being served notice by the Home Office, the whole family is going to be made homeless. They will have no idea where they're going to be going, and 7 days is in no way reasonable or realistic for a family to upend itself, find a new job in a different part of London and possibly even the country. And really important for the, Shrizam's oldest child, who I didn't mention here, apologies, doing GCSEs this year, and it will have to completely start the course again should they have to move as a family. And that is replicated over and over again. And I think it's really also worth mentioning that this is in the spirit of a family who they are not, they're working, they've got here, they've got leave to remain, and what they want to do is to be given time to be able to establish themselves and be able to work towards a permanent home. Thank you.
Excellent timing. Thank you. Assembly Member Cooper to second, please.
Strongly support everything that my colleague has just said, Assembly Member Moema, but I'm not going to speak and I'll reserve my right. Thank you, Chair.
Are there any speakers on this? Assembly Member Cooper, would you like to say anything?
Would I like to sum up the debate? I think I'm fine for summing up the debate. Thank you, Chair. I'm
Assembly
hoping for
Member
unanimity.
Moema. There hasn't really been a debate, but Assembly Member Moema, you have a second
I'm not sure what
stab.
that means today, so there we are.
Well, no, we don't know, do we?
So that's a lucky dip.
Exciting, isn't it?
It's Schrodinger's debate.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, no, I just wanted to add
seeing anyone nod.
a related but important point is that this is something which I have been concerned about for some time, and also has been reported in the local press, the Waltham Forest Echo, and it's just really worth noting that by our previous local democracy reporter, Josh Meller actually is one of the 2 people that wrote that article. I think it's really just worth noting that these are things which are happening on the ground, and we sit here at the Assembly and we talk about the strategic bigger issues, but all of these things are directly related, and it's just to make sure that we continue to pick up where these issues are reported and the impacts on real Londoners' lives. But I really hope that you all support the motion, and thank you very much.
Thank you. All those in favour of the motion, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3. Hang on a second. That is unanimous. That is unanimous. Unless anyone tells me otherwise, that's unanimous.
It is unanimous.
Greens, that is unanimous, yeah.
Yes, good. We'll now move on to the next motion, which is in the name of Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you, Chair. So this Assembly's commitment to openness and transparency is clear. I checked our own website, where there's a whole page telling Londoners that we're committed to transparency about how we work. It plainly states that we publish information on how we operate and perform. In other words, transparency is baked into this institution. It is something we actively pursue. But if we're honest, we can all do better. Our website claims that we not only meet government expectations, but also seek out opportunities to enhance transparency further and remain at the forefront of local government transparency. And that is why we're putting our motion forward, to ensure our standards are up to scratch. We're proposing that every Assembly member publishes a record of their formally scheduled external meetings on a regular basis, such as meetings with campaigners, charities, business groups, unions, resident groups, residents of Tufton Street, as well as events and speaking engagements. And we're asking that the Chair and group leaders consider how best to formalise a process for this. Londoners place their trust in us. They elect us in their millions to represent their interests here in City Hall. What we do as Assembly members matters, who we meet with and on what basis. We work for Londoners and they have the right to know who we are meeting. Here in the GLA, the Mayor already does it. The Deputy Mayors do it too, and in the EU Parliament, MEPs are committed to that same transparency. So it seems obvious that this is the kind of thing that would help and inform public scrutiny of us as members, as it already does with the Mayor. It's valuable to our scrutiny to be able to look at the Mayor's business diaries. All we're suggesting is applying the same standard of transparency across all elected people in City Hall. Now, I hope that is something all of us can do to improve the transparency of this chamber for Londoners and improve their trust in us at a time when trust in politicians is at an all-time low. I very much hope you will all vote for the motion.
Seconded by Assembly Member Berry.
I'll formally second and reserve for later if necessary.
Anybody wish to speak on this?
The amendment's been withdrawn.
I believe that amendment has been was going to be has been withdrawn.
We've got 6 speakers planned on that amendment.
Yeah.
Oh, how could you do this to us, Neil?
7 including you, Leonie.
I'm speaking
I will go back
as
to
3 people, yeah.
I will go back to Assembly Member Berry if you wish to say anything.
Yeah, so I'm surprised that members are not standing up for their reasons today. We have very little indication in the debate about how you're going to vote, so I'm hoping that means that you have changed your mind from the indication you've given us in private and the reasons you've given us in private, and you're actually going to back it. And I think it's really, really important that we do start to do this. It would help to show in a very practical way how we are committed to several of the Nolan principles, most notably integrity, accountability, openness and honesty. To me, it's much appreciated and very Nolan of the Mayor to be transparently letting us see the important meetings that he has in his diary, talking about the lobbying that he has, the things he goes to speak at and the people that he meets. And to be honest, when I joined this Assembly, I was surprised that we were not asked to do the same. It is a very practical thing to do. In our group, we've been piloting a process and it is no trouble at all to do it as you go along, and we're not proposing in the motion that anybody should go back and do it retrospectively. And we mustn't forget that this kind of information is subject to freedom of information, and it's a lot more trouble if you're not keeping a record to go back and compile this sort of information in retrospect, and it would be a good thing to be keeping it as we go along. So I hope that you'll vote for it. It's a really basic measure and it's a standard no more than what we expect of the Mayor that we should be standing up for ourselves.
Thank you. Assembly Member Russell.
So earlier we saw that the Conservative group is more than clearly concerned about accountability of the Met. So I hope that you're going to be just as concerned about our accountability to Londoners. And if the Labour group decides to vote against this, that will be opposing the transparency measures being undertaken by their own Mayor. So that raises the question, do they consider him to be breaking ranks from the party line? Or possibly are you meeting regularly with people that he wouldn't meet with? So Assemblymember Pigeon described earlier the pride we all felt in the old City Hall building. And I would hope that we all feel pride in our transparency processes too. So whichever way this goes, Greens will continue to push for higher transparency and democratic standards in City Hall.
Thank you. I will now put that motion to the Assembly. All those in favour of the motion, please indicate.
That's 3 members in favour, Chair. 3-4.
And all those against, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 against, Chair. That falls.
Thank you. The next motion is in the name of Assembly Member Berry. Assembly Member Berry for the next motion.
Lost track. Pardon me. Thank you very much, and I'm really pleased that we are reaching this motion, and I hope we can all agree that no one should be sleeping rough in our city, on our streets, and that in particular the harm that is done to young people by even one night out on the streets is something we should be trying to prevent. A safe and secure roof over your head is a human right, and it's our duty to try and make sure that that right is respected for people in London. Now, I think as mentioned earlier by Assemblymember Mwema, the chain data, the combined homelessness and information network data, which looks at people rough sleeping on the streets, has recently come out, and it does show us that as of the 6 months to September 23, more than 500 young people were sleeping rough in the city at that time, and that is a rise of 6% compared with the year before. And these high numbers are not the result of a lack of effort within the city either. The state of this motion, the text of this motion states that charities, councils, the GLA, we're all doing an awful lot, all that we can almost, to provide services, beds and supports for that these people need. Now, some of these numbers can be accounted for by the Home Office dealing with its backlog of asylum seekers, as in the previous motion. The huge increase in evictions from Home Office accommodation is a crisis for which we've written cross-party to the Home Secretary on that issue. But in addition, there are particular reasons for younger people being made homeless, which can include family breakdown, family and friends no longer being willing to accommodate them, domestic abuse, the ending of a relationship, as well as just running out of ways to deal with the simple cost of living. And that we know there's a huge problem, and that's where the excellent campaign, the Plan for the 136 campaign, comes in. This motion just supports that campaign. It asks for a governmental cross-departmental strategy to end youth homelessness, because it has to be cross-departmental and preventive. We have to stop people becoming homeless at the earliest point at which it happens. And we know that far too many people who become long-term homeless first experience that below the age of 25. So if we want to end general homelessness, we can start by ending youth homelessness. We also know that young people receive reduced benefit entitlements. We know they've got the lowest savings because they've had the shortest lives to build them up. We know that they don't always have family support to fall back on. And the Assembly's looked before at the number of young people sleeping on sofas, remaining hidden from that chain data that I talked about at the beginning. The problem is wider than we think. The 136,000 people named in the 136K campaign is probably a massive underestimate. So I really hope that you will vote for this motion. It follows up on Assembly work that we have done, and it shows that the time has come for the government to stop overlooking the specific needs of young people in its national homelessness and housing strategies, and is a really good motion that we could pass today.
Thank you.
A lovely afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember. Assemblymember Mwema, please.
I reserve my right, Chair. And second.
Thank you. Are there any comments? Member Best, please.
Thank you. Just because I called out Leonie earlier, I feel like I'm duty bound now to talk through when something has good elements in it, but we're not going to vote for it. I should explain why. And one of the things that our group found issue with was mainly in the text of the motion. And I think to say that that youth homelessness has been completely overlooked by government is not a fair statement to make. When you look at the massive amounts of funding given to homelessness, and especially given to the Mayor to tackle this issue, over £193 million, that statement simply isn't correct. And then I think it was just too overtly political to say the government has done nothing, but despite the Mayor's best efforts in everything that he's done so wonderfully. And I found it strange in a way that Sian didn't call you out for some more balance on that. Sorry? No, I know. I was sorry. That's why I was surprised that there wasn't more balance in the motion. But I was surprised there wasn't more balance. Sorry. I thought that it would be more balance coming from Sian. Okay. I was surprised that it wasn't more balanced coming from Sian to counter out that kind of narrative, which I don't think is entirely fair. But I think a lot of the campaign around the plan for the 136K has got some really good ideas in it, and I think it's something our group do support, and most of those ideas we think are very sensible and would like to support, but today we can't support the motion.
Thank you. Assembly Member... Did you reserve your right? I did, yes. Yes, Assembly Member Moema. Sorry, very short-term memory.
Oh dear. I was going to say something read, I won't, not Mike. So, I understand Assembly Member Best, and thank you for your comments. I suppose the one thing that I would say, the gestation of this is a cross-party, although clearly not unanimous, letter that went to the Minister, which was signed by somebody from each of the parties represented here at the Assembly, and within our group we did discuss that letter that was brought to us and put by Assembly Member Berry, and I think the thing to it which is important to remember is that there are London-specific issues, and this is, as you say correctly, and correctly identify a national campaign, but those London-specific issues are caught up within that 136,000 number that the campaign seeks to do. So if I could maybe just very briefly draw to your attention, I have the great privilege of having one of the New Horizon Youth Centres in my constituency in Islington. I went to visit last year with the Mayor, and I think just, whilst I don't think that this is kind of, you're arguing against this particular principle, it's just such a, it's wonderful to see such a life-changing piece of infrastructure in that part of London, providing homes for young people, as Assembly Member Berry has said. And this young person who had been a victim of modern slavery had spent some time with New Horizon and had found a job and a partner, and together they were moving out of that place into their own home. So I take your point that it is very broad as it's currently characterised here, but whether it was specific to London, I'm not sure that would change the sentiment and the thrust, and I would urge those people, everybody else, to definitely get behind this motion.
All those in favour of the motion, please.
Assembly Member Berry to sum up, Chair.
Oh, I do apologise. Sorry, it was confusing. Assembly Member Berry to sum up. Sorry.
Yeah, so I did want to just also chip in, and I think it's a reasonable question to ask Assembly Member Best. And as Assembly Member Wemmer says, you know, there has been work cross-party to influence the Mayor, Tom Copley in particular, has found the money to support that new specific young hostel space for young people, which is far more appropriate than putting everybody in together, and it's just, yeah, something that we will continue to do. The genesis of this motion comes from listening to the 120 youth organisations, many of which are in London, who have formed a national campaign to ask the government to do more. That is why the ask in this particular motion is so simple, to try and bring everybody in this Assembly and then the Mayor and the Chair behind that, so that the government can put its own strategy together. If we do detect further gaps in the Mayor's efforts, I reassure you we will bring more motions and more questions and more asks to the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor on this.
All those in favour of the motion, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 in favour, Chair.
All those against, please indicate.
No votes against, Chair, so that's carried.
Thank you. That's the end of the motions. We now move on to the mayoral commitments. The Assembly is asked to note the commitments made by the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, during the London Assembly Mayor's Question Time meetings held between November 2023 and January 2024. Can we agree the recommendation?
Agreed.
We now get the Assembly is asked to note the recent appointment made by the Mayor under Section 67(1) of the GLA Act 1999 as amended. Can we agree the recommendation? Do you know, I've looked at that and it's like meaningless, really, isn't it?
Yeah, what appointment?
Any third party reading that would never clue what that was. Anyway, item 10, proposed update to the GLA Code of Conduct and its appendices. Noting that it is a joint declaration with the decision with the Mayor, the Assembly is asked to adopt the proposed changes to the current Code of Conduct and its appendices as set out in the agenda to take effect from the 6th of May 2024. Can we agree the recommendation?
Agreed.
I'm so delighted at that because any conversation about the Code of Conduct takes 3 hours. So I'm pleased you've done that. Revisions of the Statutory Officer Protocol, noting that it is a joint decision with the Mayor, the Assembly is asked to agree to approve and adopt the revisions to the Statutory Officers Protocol as set out in the appendix to the report. Can we agree the recommendation?
Agreed.
The date of the next meeting of the London Assembly is scheduled to be the Mayor's question time, which will take place at 10 a.m. on Thursday, the 22nd of February, here in the chamber at City Hall. The meeting will principally be used to put questions to the Mayor on and then formally consider the final draft consolidated budget for 24-25 for the GLA group. I do not have any items of urgency, therefore I release you.
This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by.